Ladies and gentlemen, we're officially at the ignore status. If y'all do it, you get to be acknowledged later. Which is funny, considering what I'm about to say. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 LGAs, Lorewalker Game Awards. I am, as ever and as always, your host, the Moron Runner. Who woke up very late today because sleep has not been a great thing for me the past week. So, yeah, take two. But of course, before we get started, I do want to say a shout out and thank you to our sponsor this year. No, it's you guys. It's you guys, for real. I'm going to get real for just 5 seconds. That's not true. It's going to be more like 50. If not for the fact that you guys continue to support me financially, I would not be here right now. Is the simplest and most overt way I could put that. And not only do I have the ability to do a job that I enjoy and do not derive horror from, but I also have the ability to, take a week off. I say off. I didn't actually spend that much time resting over the last week because, again, didn't really have time. I had a lot of work to do. So, again, with viewers like you quite literally forming the backbone of the show, thank you, all of you. I don't actually know what else to say about that. But yeah, 73 games. We went through 73 games. For those of you who have not been here for LGAs are for the games we streamed over the course of the previous year. This is an idea I actually wrote it down several years ago when the LGAs were first invented. That was Bamber came up with the idea for the LGAs and doing it for the year in question. So, because we don't really play a lot of games that, came out. Well, I hated my old job, people. I hated it. I had work to do on Falkenstein, and it took forever to do it. It took me 2 days of staying up until 3 in the morning just to get the footage for this recorded. I don't actually remember ISE. But we played a bunch. We played a whole bunch. We played Echoes of Wisdom, Final Fantasy 16, and scroll down all the way up to, I believe, here we go, January. Well, technically, Untitled Goose Game. So, yeah. We also played Starfield this year. Yeah, this year was the year of the Doom block, the Zelda block, and the Metroid block. And a whole bunch of other little side games. I tend to forget that we smashed through a good dozen or so games there back in February and March. Remember that? We started off with something called Wildermyth, which I'd never even heard of. Then Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, which turned out to be awful. Mark of the Ninja remaster, that was cool. Invisible Ink, which was interesting. Oxygen Not Included, which was great and terrible pretty much at the same time. Wargroove, which was a huge disappointment. I was so sad about that one. Maneater, that was the exact opposite of a huge disappointment. That was just whatever. Star Wars Squadrons had... Oh my god, that was just a thing. Ruiner, Cthulhu Saves the World, Shadows Over Loathing, Tinykin, Cogent Sword of Rewind. We played a bunch of games. We even hit Age of Sigmar, Realms of Ruin, a game I was really looking forward to. Yeah, we also did... we also did something very, very awesome, because this year we got caught up on our first concurrent MMO. Because we are currently caught up on FF14. We have reviewed FF14. We actually do need to do an audit, but it's going to wait until next year because they're not done doing the updates yet. But we are done. We're caught up with FF14. We're currently in the middle of getting caught up with WoW. And once we're caught up with both of those, that'll be 2 of the major MMOs actually in current status, which is something I've been wanting to be at for a long time. Visibility. So that's awesome. We played a whole bunch of random side games too, like Republic Commando, Mercenaries 1, that was actually a weird one, Shooters Blood and Teeth, Citizen Sleeper, Star Trek Resurgence, we played that this year. And a game called One Shot, we only had one shot. And a game I never heard of called Yume Nikki. That was actually added and funded this very year. Oh, and Final Fantasy 16, which was, God, that was a weird one. It was great and terrible, like depending on which exact hour you were asking me about that. Yeah, that's right. We played Project Wingman this year as well. Oh yeah, and Modern Warfare 2R. This has been a fun one. This has been a fun and interesting year. Oh yeah, we also played Hitman 3. That was great. That was a great freaking game. God, I loved that game. All right. So sorry. without further ado, before we really jump into this, yeah, we played it for 20 seconds. Up, Junk Garage he's testing me, but I said I wasn't going to acknowledge those, and I'm not. Yeah, Hitman 3 was fantastic. Oh, it was so funny. That's right, we played Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. That was another surprise one for me. Like, you say beloved PS2 game, and my first thought is, oh god, it's gonna suck. Because most beloved PS2 games suck to some extent or another, right? Like, that's just how that works. When you're on the cusp of reinventing 3D gaming, that's how that tends to work, in my experience. But no, it was actually really good. It was actually really good. But it's okay. In just a few months, we'll be playing Ratchet & Clank 1, and it's going to be a net negative game. I'm just predicting it right now. Yeah, we did also play the very inferior version, Shooter Joker. That's true. What else do we play? Oh, yeah. Pokemon Arceus. Which, it's another weird game to talk about. It's like FF16. Same bundle, right? Same category. We played Pokemon Arceus, which was really, really, really good. And also really, really, really bad. Like, right next to each other, right? It's just... Yeah. Well, let's see. Look, I have already had fans rage at me for daring, and I do mean daring, to enjoy the remaster, the PS4. Ratchet & Clank PS4. What I usually put it down as. I did have a Moomin for breakfast, though, Yura. Delicious. Need to shave it first. Very important. Dragon Age 4. Baldur's Gate 3. And Mass Effect 5. That would be interesting, Judo Joker. I enjoyed... So, to be clear, just to defend myself very, very briefly, for those of you who care, the thing I enjoyed about the reboot is the gameplay. I honestly don't even remember the story off the top of, like, that's not true. I remember the opening cutscene, which I thought was cool, with Quark in the prison, and he's telling the story to the one inmate or whatever. I remember that. And that's about it. Because what I mostly remember about that game is how much fun it was to play. It was very fun on the gameplay axis. That's what I remember about that. That's what I liked about that. Anyways. So, let's talk about games. So, obviously, we have the runner games and we have the walker games. We're doing something a little bit different this year. Last few years, we did a thing where I'd be like, here's this category, your pick, my pick. Here's a category, your pick, my pick. But I have a tendency to do bad to good. Like, that's just how I operate in general across the board. And I realized that was unintentionally portraying myself as the good and you as the bad. So we're going to flip that, first of all. I'm going to go first, and then you're going to go. But the second thing we're going to do is, in order to kind of streamline this a little bit, we're actually going to go from, rather than category to category, we're going to do all of my picks, and then we're going to do all of your picks. Okay? So, without further ado, let's talk about 2024's most unexpectedly bad game. And hopefully this will actually work correctly on one hit. Yep, that looks like that's correct. So, you know what's funny is I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me. But I just wanted to make sure that the file was working correctly and everything's set up correctly. So that's cool. So, most unexpectedly bad game. We had a couple this year that surprised me. The whole point of the most unexpectedly bad category is that unexpectedly part. A game I walked into expecting to like Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Yeah, WoW Legion would qualify for this, by the way, when we get to 2025. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts was a game I was really looking forward to. And it sounded like my bag, right? You're running the economics side of being a military in the middle of warfare. Like, you don't even play the nation, you just play the military of a thing, and you build ships, and then you go and you fight other ships with those ships. That sounds so awesome. Starfield, if I'm being honest, Starfield was here, and that's just, I mean... yeah, I was one of those idiots. One of the three. There were three of us. There were three of us who actually thought that Starfield was going to be good, and it wasn't. Metroid Other M. Now, hang on. I know what you're thinking. But the thing is, unexpectedly bad also refers to how bad. And I don't think anybody was expecting Other M to be, I believe, as of this moment, I'd have to double check something, but I believe it is still the worst story score we've ever given a non-MMO. I'm double checking myself on that really quickly. Nope, actually Starfield passed it, my bad. But no, I didn't, Logue. That sucks. Like Other M being that was just shocking. Also, the gameplay sucked. And of course, we also had Wargroove. I just mentioned that. For those of you who are not aware, Wargroove is like this. It's a GBA-looking game. It's stylized after Advance Wars, and it's supposed to invoke the same general concept. And it's your turn-based, grid-based thing, and it sucked. It actually sucked. I was so shocked at how bad it was. It even pulls that great sin because turns only last like 10, 20 seconds. But every time it switches whose turn it is, it changes to their song, which means you spend like 20 seconds listening to their song, and then you switch, and then you switch, and then you switch. The level creator was really good. Like really, really good in Wargroove. It's the one that falls in. And of course, this year we also had Age of Sigmar. I remember Age of Sigmar because I was covering the E3 when Age of Sigmar was announced, and I put it on my own personal, this is a game I'm looking forward to list, right? Because I have that. And I was like, yeah, this looks really awesome. It's also going to be my first exposure to Warhammer Fantasy's Age of Sigmar. You know, the concept, not the game. And yeah, I was like, yes, that's awesome. No, God, it was terrible. But none of this actually is the most unexpectedly bad game of 2024, which for me was... For years, I have said that Phantom Hourglass is like the black sheep of the Zelda series. And Spirit Tracks did everything right. And Spirit Tracks totally did so much better. And I was so expecting that. And yeah, it's so much better. And then we played it. And it was so bad. Like, this game was frustrating to control, obviously. But it also had, like, that microphone issue, which completely destroyed my ability to play it back in the day. Remember, I was playing it on a 3DS, and I actually had trouble playing it back then. Because it required you to blow into the damn thing. And then there's the fact that, like, you're going through... You can die instantly on the overworld map, and I do mean instantly, it's worth noting. And then the boss fights weren't as good, and the dungeons weren't as good, and it's just... Oh my God, it was unexpectedly bad. I cannot possibly have imagined how much Spirit Tracks was going to tank the franchise score of Zelda, but it did. A game that I really wanted to like, and Turbo didn't. And yeah, I actually bound a key to blow the thing, which actually worked out really well. Go figure. Great music, though. And of course, story was actually pretty solid. It was also one of the best Zeldas we've ever had. No, I don't mean Zelda the franchise. I mean Zelda the character. Low bar, I know, but it's still true. Anyways. But if we're going to do unexpectedly bad, then we also have to cover unexpectedly good. So, for unexpectedly good, there were several games this year that I absolutely was not expecting to be good. Pretty much at all, right? We had Minish Cap, another Zelda game, which I barely remembered. I'd only played through it the 1.5 times back when, you know, I was doing the Rumination series. And so I was like, oh, Minish Cap, sweet. But then we went through this time, and it just kind of slapped, right? The final boss sucked, and there were several other irritations with it, but the whole game was surprisingly good. Which brings me to the other Zelda game that I thought was unexpectedly good. Tears of the Kingdom. No, I'm sorry, I stand by that sentence. After the slog that was Breath of the Wild, and the insanity that was the durability problem, I was not expecting anything when it came to Tears of the Kingdom. And granted, there were several very huge problems with the story access, but there was a lot of really, really good in that. I also was absolutely not expecting Tinykin to slap the way that it did. That was a great puzzle platformer and surprisingly fun. And I in no way was expecting what it was going. And also, I wanted to mention, just as an aside, Wildermyth. Don't mistake me. Wildermyth definitely had issues, but again, I walked into that with effectively no presumptions. And if you remember, when we went through the first level, Wildermyth was just kind of so weird and alien and non-English that we actually legitimately thought it was AI generated. But the gameplay was actually pretty solid, pretty consistently throughout it. But no, I think it isn't going to surprise anyone when I tell you that the actual most unexpectedly good game of the year for me was Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Again, I kind of actually prefaced this earlier. Beloved PS2 game is just a red flag for me. It is, I'm sorry. Actually, honestly, beloved classic is really what it boils down to. But even though we were playing the bad version, and even though I had issues with the controls, and even though that I effectively could not use my night goggles in a Splinter Cell game, by the way, it was still really fun. I still enjoyed the stealth. I still enjoyed the level design. There were some interesting and fun moments. The main plot was bleh, but a lot of the individual dialogue beats were actually really good. You remember the time when we grabbed the guy who was a U.S. soldier? And he's like, is this part of the not the test, trial? No, drill. Is this part of the drill? Ah, shoot, someone told this guy. Hey, who blabbed to the kid? Oh, it's okay, okay. Name? I'm only gonna tell you this. Rank? I'm only gonna tell you this. Goodbye. You know, it was actually really funny. No, it was literally just not good in the PS2 version, is what it boiled down to, Von Falkenstein. So I just ended up living without the night goggles and just kind of playing without it. I enjoyed it. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want from me. It was a surprisingly, unexpectedly good game. So our next category, I love that. Worst RPG. So I should mention something as a quick aside for those of you who are not aware how this works. Yeah, there are good classics. There are good Super Metroid, you know. Oh god, the things. So any category that doesn't have at least 5 nominees for it immediately gets disqualified. That's the rule. That rule exists for a reason, and that rule will continue existing for a reason. So in some cases, you might see like we get best such and such, and that's it. No worst such and such. Also, we don't cover every genre. So, for example, this year we had RPGs, platformers, Zeldas, and that's it, because those are the only genres we covered in sufficient numbers to qualify. So, speaking of which, this year we also covered RPGs. So, what kind of RPGs did we cover this year? Where's my own list? Oh my god, it's not even here, is it? RPG. Okay, so, yeah, we had Breath of Fire 1, which was rough. That's the simplest way I could possibly put that. That was, oh my god, that was rough. Then we had Breath of Fire 2, which was even worse. I don't even know what to say about that one, honestly. Then there's Breath of Fire 3. I'm kidding. But no, Breath of Fire 2 really just, it was bad. And there were, I'm building it up. I'm sorry. Can I complain about something real quick? So, most of the footage you're about to see is me having recorded new footage or grabbed a save file or something and showcased that on camera. I'm not reinstalling Starfield. I don't need to explain why. For those of you who are there for it, you understand. So I'm not reinstalling Starfield, ever. So yeah, I had to just recapture my own footage in order to grab footage for this. Do you have any idea how irritating it is to just try and find new footage for something that you have to grab footage for like 20 times? Spoilers. It's okay. I went down, like, I had the whole playlist up. And so you're going to hear a different Starfield song each one of these. You may not tell, because all Starfield music is incredibly generic. But I don't need to explain this. This is the worst RPG of the year. I mean, obviously Starfield was a train wreck, but let's zoom in the camera on what that actually means. RPG. I don't mean role-playing game. I mean, just think of the genre. Think of what it's the concept of what you want out of an RPG. And yeah, we did cover the DLC. And this game just doesn't have what I would consider anything good of the typical loop, right? Town. Right? town, overworld, dungeon. That's your basic generic loop. We actually talked about this when we were discussing WoW earlier, because all three of those have a functional gameplay capacity. And Starfield freaking flopped at all three. The towns were tiny, which I don't mind too much, but they felt small and they were too large. So I don't know why I said tiny. They also didn't have much going on in them to actually do. Then there's the overworld, which, yeah, it's just, I don't even know what to say about the overworld of freaking Starfield. That's the giant empty mass of everything. And then, of course, dungeon, which also was where the primary function of combat is. The combat is somehow worse than Fallout 4's, which is impressive. And, also, the story was bad. We do have maps now! We actually have maps now! I got rid of one of those negatives. Starfield was a terrible RPG. Moving on. So let's talk about some positivity. Best RPGs. So we did actually cover several good RPGs this year, including Final Fantasy 16, which definitely had issues. I'm not going to try and dismiss it, but actually kind of slapped in several ways. What's doubly funny to me is several of the issues I had with the base game were actually fixed in the DLC, which I find funny because you can't start the DLC until you're literally on the go start the final boss mission. Like, fix that! I'm sorry. Let us go to the DLC earlier, please. Sorry. But still, FF16 did have a lot of cool stuff in it, and some very... I mean, Sid, I'm just saying... I would let Sid take me behind the shed. I'm just saying. We also had Pokemon Arceus. I mentioned that earlier, which definitely flopped on the story axis, but has the distinction, and I mean this with absolute sincerity, of having the best boss battle in any Pokemon game I have ever played. Keep in mind, I have not played Violet yet, Violet or Scarlet. But I'm not going to even spoil the boss battle. If you know what it is, you know what it is. It's a really, really, really good Pokemon boss battle, which yeah. We also had... This is kind of a special mention, but Dawn Trail, FF14 Dawn Trail, which doesn't quite apply in the same way because it's an MMO, but it does absolutely deserve to be mentioned, and it deserves to be acknowledged because that Dawn Trail was legit. It was a great chunk, pull things down, and then throw things into the Thresher. And of course, we had Breath of Fire 3, which... Breath of Fire 3 is one of those weird games. We've talked about this before. It's better with a walkthrough games. The game itself isn't actually all that good, to be frank, unless you have a walkthrough. If you know what you're doing, if you have the ability to understand how the game operates, all of a sudden the game opens up tremendously. Yeah, God dang it is in existence for a reason. It's an old concept. But I don't think anybody in the universe is going to be surprised when I say that my best RPG of 2024 was... Take one of those beloved classics, considered one of the best RPGs in general, and polish the crap out of it. Just absolutely polish it to a freaking shine. And what you have is this game. I know as we're going through it, several people were surprised at how well it was scoring. If I'm being completely honest, I think I underscored this game. I might actually go relook at this a little bit, because this game did so much right. It's shocking how much right this did on a gameplay axis, on a story axis. Holy crapola. Even tiny little, irritating frustrations of the original, gone. Tiny little things that most people probably don't even notice have been fixed in this version of the game. Removed. Yes, Jesus Christ, yes, Rex, absolutely. This game, I cannot summarize how many quality of life features this added, or tiny little, just tiny details to polish the whole thing out. Like, the very existence of this room is a good example of it, and I put this footage on here for a reason. Also, the quick swap between party members. So this is the portal room. It's just one room. It's just a room with all the portals. Just boom, right there. Do you know how much backtracking that just removes from the game? And that's ignoring all of the tiny little additional animation details. The fact that each character actually has their own voice now, Animal Crossing style. The fact that they actually fleshed out the dialogue in several things explicitly, making Vivian trans, for example, which is something they actually removed from the English version of the original. and actually making Bowser a more interesting character, and just all kinds of things. Yeah, no, this game popped so hard. I don't even know where else to go with it. It was really, really, really good. Like, you probably didn't even notice. Here, I'm actually going to rewind and freeze that. Do you see that right there? Do you see that green circle? Check that out. I know what you're thinking. Who cares? That green circle is one of those tiny little quality of life features. So for those who've played this game, you know that if you send Koops out, he can hover there for a second, and he can then move and then send him off. And that's an aspect of puzzle design. It's one of your kit for going through puzzles. They added that little circle to indicate where he's going to come back to. So in case you lose track of it, or in case you lose it, it's just a tiny thing. It doesn't matter, right? It's not the end of the world. It's not the kind of thing you put on the back of the box, but they added this little circle because they freaking... Oh, I'm sorry. It might actually not be. No, it's right here. It's right here. It's halfway covered by me. Do you see this? It's right under Mario there. Didn't have to do this. This is polish. If anybody knows me, you know I adore polish in games. So forgive me for gushing, but for the love of God, please try this game out if you haven't, if you have any interest at all in any capacity, because it's freaking good. Moving on. So, yeah, that's huge thumbs up from the Lore Runner. All right, so let's get back to worst. What do we got next? Platformers. Oh, yeah, I love platformers. There we go. Okay, so worst platformer. So we had a couple of platformers. Most of them were Metroid games, obviously. We had Mark the Ninja. What else do we have? Kojin Sword of Ruba. Do we have anything else for worst platformer? I'm not even sure we did. I'm not going to wind this up. This for the longest time, I've heard people defend this game's gameplay by saying the gameplay is perfectly good. Allow me to, as of this moment, professionally disagree. I can, as of this moment, professionally disagree. It is a platformer. That is the function of the gameplay. And that's kind of the point. Like, let's ignore for a moment everything else. There is really weird, awkward platforming in this game. It is mandatory, and it is terrible. And that's why this one gets the reward, because it's not a Metroidvania at all. And it's not a traditional platformer. It's just... It's this nonsense. Hang on, it's... I don't even know. I have nothing to add to this. This was an embarrassment to platformers. Never mind Metroidvanias, which, again, I very firmly think this is not. This is I say without hyperbole that I've played 80s arcade games that have better platforming than this game. Moving on. So, best platformer. Okay, so we had some competition for that this year. Let's see. So I just mentioned that we had Mark of the Ninja, which I was actually enjoying more than I thought I would. We had Kojin Sword of Rewind. I just mentioned that one. That was a short but sweet one. Kind of Mega Man style with a few bits of extra screw you, we need to kill you in the universe. Yeah, no kidding, hazardous. And then, of course, we had lots of Metroids. I decided to add 3 Metroids to the list just to try and narrow it down a bit. So the 3 I picked were Samus Returns, which is the 3DS remake of 2, which had surprisingly good platforming and good puzzle sections. And again, focusing in specifically on the platforming. Metroid Dread, I don't need to explain that one, which also had some really great platforming, specifically platform puzzles as well. I love the spine shark puzzles in Dread. I'm sorry, I do. And of course, AM2R, which had really, really good platforming, pretty much top to bottom. A lot of the interesting level design for Metroid 2, polished up and give it a modern take, plus some whole new extras. Yes, but try to be shocked when I say that my best platformer of 2024 was... I don't even feel the need to explain this, but in case I do, Super Metroid obviously does many, many, many things right. Like, honestly, a shocking number of things right. It's kind of crazy when you sit back and you think about how much just kind of worked and almost assuredly was unintentionally worked. Like, as I talked about when it came to the behind the scenes on Super Metroid, these people were quite literally sleeping in the office and just cramming themselves for months to make this game, which is not something I recommend or endorse, it's worth noting, and honestly probably should not have resulted in a game that just has this level of quality top to bottom. The level design, the platforming, the puzzling, it is weirdly good. And yes, I agree that AM2R controls better. That is one of the biggest flaws of Super Metroid, is the controls. But this is nevertheless the best platformer that we had this year with 100%. The level design, the actual platforming, the enemy design, the enemy placement, the flow, the guidance, the showcasing, it's kind of crazy. So, without further ado, our next thing is Zelda. We actually played enough Zelda games to qualify for Worst Zelda and Best Zelda. So let's look and see. What did we cover this year? We covered Spirit Tracks. We already mentioned that one. Unexpectedly bad. That was very aggravating. We covered Phantom Hourglass, which was, what do I say about Phantom Hourglass at this point? Skyward Sword. Now, Skyward Sword was such a wild one because I was looking forward to Skyward Sword. Remember, we played the Switch version, which was improved, and to be clear, it was improved. And that's the sad part, is that Skyward Sword still was that bad of a game despite being so much improved. And of course, this year we also played Zelda 1. Now, this is interesting because you're probably expecting Zelda 1 to be the winner for the worst Zelda because it is the worst scoring Zelda game. But A, first of all, that feels kind of mean. B, the problem is the reason Zelda 1 is so bad is because of Second Quest. And it is. Second Quest dragged it down from like negative like 20, 30, something like that, all the way down to like negative 100 something or whatever it actually is. Which brings us to the actual worst Zelda. Legend of Zelda 2 was an interesting and fascinating experiment. Yes, I did. I just don't remember it right now. Savicon. And I legitimately and honestly would love for this game to get a proper remaster and or remake because there's a lot of interesting concepts in it and a lot of things that I would love to see going forward. But the problem with this game is everything else. Like, it's so frustrating because this right here, this is, you'll notice the footage I selected for this is The Run. No, on Falkenstein. And I remember well. The Run is, if I'm being completely honest with you, the encapsulation of why Zelda 2 is the worst Zelda game. For those of you not aware of how The Run works, so in Zelda 2, in the NES, which is obviously the version we played, it's the version you can play on your Switch, if you get lives, those lives don't respawn if you game over. What I mean by that is if you go get a life and then raise your life counter, and then you game over, those lives are gone. So the optimal way to play the game is to not get all of your lives until you are at the end of the game and ready to do the run, which is the final rush to the final dungeon. Once you make it to the final dungeon, you're good, because the final dungeon is the only checkpoint in the game. So if you die in the final dungeon, you can actually restart at the final dungeon. Cool. However, if you can't make the run with those lives, then you have to do it with less lives, which is actually what happened to me. I was so angry about this when this happened that I actually just straight up stopped stream on the moment, and I had to just walk away from the computer for a minute. After all that nonsense. And it was all to bull crap, because all of the jumps, all of the excuses, all of the reasons why you would die during this section are things like that. Screw Zelda 2, and screw everything about it. So, the next one would be worst HUD and interface. This is one I noticed that most people don't tend to care about as much as, well, I do. But I've said this before and I'll say this again. HUD and interface is critical. I was actually talking with my friends just last night about how bad Civ 7's HUD and interface are. And how, it's kind of like, why would you... That's important for a 4X game, right? Like in a 4X game, any kind of strategy game, you want to have a very good HUD and a very good interface. And I was directly comparing it to things like Mega Man and Mario, specifically because of the fact that even though those games don't need that good of a HUD or interface, they have much better. So this year we had Starfield. No, it didn't win. It didn't win. But Starfield's interface was not good. Anybody who remembers watching Starfield, how many times, if any of you watched me play Starfield, how many times do you remember I was like, all right, I'm in a map, and then I zoom out to the planet, and then I zoom out to the system, and then I zoom out to the sector, and then then I finally leave the map menu because the way they did drilling and tunneling was wrong. You've got to be kidding me. We also had a very unexpected pause in the middle of the LGAs. Starfield also just had a generally terrible everything. Like, if you remember, like obviously the map or lack of map was terrible. Once we actually got a real map, it wasn't good. It was hard to parse like when you're being attacked or where you're being attacked from. It made the same general mistake that Skyrim did. It tried very, very hard to be as flashy as possible without actually being any good. But of course, I'm just bashing Starfield. I apologize. We also had Metroid 1. It's a little bit mean calling out an NES game, but I stand by it, to be perfectly frank. Even NES games can have good interfaces. And Metroid 1 was not it. We also had, special mention, FF14 Dawn Trail. Look, I love FF14 as much as the next person. Interface has never been FF14's strong suit. Nicest way I could put that. And of course, we also had Deus Ex Human Revolution, which was just really irritating to navigate and looked actively aggravating to the eyes. Yeah, nested menus for gear. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I swore I wouldn't acknowledge donations in the middle of the LGAs, and I stand by it. So instead, we're going to immediately move on to the actual worst HUD interface of the game. Yes, that's right. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. I don't even know how much of this you're seeing on your screen right now. It's bad. Like, I know there's a lot going on during the battle sequences, and I got used to it. But anytime you have to preface something with, you have to get used to it, that's not good HUD and interface design. And it looked so cheap on top of all of that. Like, just, it's so hard to navigate, and it's so hard to parse and figure out what the hell is going on at any given point in time. And by the way, this also covers things like interface, HUD and interface, which of course is interaction, as in controls. How many of you remember that this game's controls were so bad that you can never, so let's say we played as Japan, right? So if I tried to scroll right on my map to go see the United States, I hit a wall. Because the map doesn't let me go right. I should mention the map does loop. Obviously, if I go east, I will end up at the United States. But in order to see my fleet that I sent east, I have to then scroll the map all the way over to the left side to see that. Also, do you see this right here? This is another good example of bad interface. Because I haven't actually played it, Rare Girl. Not since it came out. Because they had some of the information on how to play the game was in this in-game guide. But it was very badly laid out. You remember that? Because there's just a wall there. Because some of the some of the information would be in one section of the guide, but only one section of the guide, and a part of it that doesn't make sense. Like you'd find out about I can't remember the specifics unfortunately, but you'd find out about using the jump button in the combat section as opposed to the platforming section. All right, then there's this nonsense. Let me actually freeze the screen here for a second. This insanity. I know there's a lot of information to parse here, but how many of you have ever studied HUD design? I mean, I have, obviously. There's a lot of little things you can do. There's color distinction, there's usage of bolding, there's usage of summarization. There's all kinds of things you can do to try and make things work. They start to do this, if you notice. For example, the text is in white, and then the number is in blue. Okay, cool. But the problem is that's it. They don't do anything else to help indicating anything. Oh, God, don't even get me into naval invasions, Loke. Oh, my God. So, yeah, this is just a wall of text. And this is to the detriment of readability. That is exactly what this is. The shipbuilding is legit, actually. In fact, we'll talk about that later. But, yeah, it's just, oh, my God. What were you people thinking? It kind of does, Fife, and that's not good HUD design. Go figure. Which brings me to best interface. Ironically, we actually had several really, really good ones this year. I first want to mention, of course, Oxygen Not Included. An interface game that... interface game, Jesus Christ, Lord. A game that needed a really good interface. There is a wealth of information in Oxygen Not Included. You have to know the composition of the material, you have to know its current temperature, you have to know its current pressure, you have to know where it's moving, you have to be able to, at a glance, be able to tell lots of things, and there's lots and lots of different options for which layer of things you're looking at a given point in time. I actually agree, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory did have a surprisingly good HUD. Good and clear indicators not only of vision, but of audio, which is really, really important in a stealth game. It didn't quite pop in several directions because the controls on the version I played kind of sucked. And again, controls are part of interface, but it was still good, right? There was still good interface design there. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Paper Mario 2, which in addition to having the generally good interface of Paper Mario 2, the original, also polished up everything, right? So I guess I should say Paper Mario 2 R. Polished up everything, more shortcuts, more abilities to just swap things on the fly, just lots and lots of extra polishing touches. And of course, Tears of the Kingdom. I know a lot of people disagreed with this one, but honestly, Tears of the Kingdom's interface was weirdly intuitive. Building and connecting and grappling. Consider the sheer complexity of the main mechanic of Tears of the Kingdom, and then consider how intuitive it is to do. My niece, who is 10, had absolutely no problems picking up Tears of the Kingdom and just immediately being like, oh yeah, chkung, dink, and could figure out how to build and connect things just like that because it was that well designed. But if I might be bold, all of these are dwarfed by the actual best interface of the game of the year, which was Metroid Dread. Because Metroid Dread, first of all, is literally the gold standard for minimap design, which I'm actually showing off in the upper right there. Actually shows your current location and where you've been recently and what you've explored. Incredibly well-designed map. Legitimately one of the best 2D maps I have ever seen. This map is kind of like what Doom 4's map is like, which I was also tempted up by the way, for this exact same category. And just lots and lots. You could set markers, you could show indicators of what you've already gotten, you could show how much you've gotten within a given area. You even see a general range of what you need. You see the specific colors indicators. This is color distinction and icon distinction, by the way. Even just at a glance, you can see all kinds of things here that immediately visually indicate this is this, that is that, it connects with this. Even if you don't know what you're talking about. Like, look, it looks like you can't actually see it. I apologize. Let me rewind just a second here. If I can just get this on camera briefly right there. Did I get it? Did I get it? Looks like I didn't quite get it. So if you look up here, there's a door which is yellow, and then right above, right behind my end is a door which has a red outline around it. That kind of immediate color distinction is fantastic, and it's just like, bam, here. This is a door that's open. This is a door that's locked. Just stuff like that, right? Every aspect of this HUD and interface pops. And of course, remember, controls are a part of interface, and the controls in Metroid Dread are amazing. All the complaints I have about Super Metroid's controls are completely gone and erased by the incredible control scheme of Metroid Dread. This game is the definition of fluid, smooth gameplay. So, that brings us up to gimmicks. For worst gimmick this year, we actually had quite a few. I came up with some answers, and some of these aren't really gimmicks. For example, opening the doors in FF16. No, I mean this. I really disliked how every time you have to open a door, you have to like start to open door, let go of the button, then hold the button down for several seconds. And if you at any point in time let go too early, you have to start over from the beginning. I know it was there to show off the PS5 controller. I do not care. It was very irritating, and you have to do it weirdly often. It's a rock in the shoe by definition, but it's, come on, and it is a gimmick. It was there for the PS5 controller thing. Motion controls in Skyward Sword. Frankly, enough said. We did actually try out, if you remember, the new and improved motion controls from the Switch, and it was not great. It's even there. And of course, as we've said many, many times, the motion controls are more or less literally ruined Skyward Sword and caused many issues with it. Speaking of terrible controls, Phantom Hourglass. As I went into extreme detail during the actual run, having to do this over your character while in combat and while doing puzzle platforming and exploration adventure is bad design at the very baseline. It just at the actual beginning document. Why? Which leads me, of course, to Spirit Tracks, which also has the exact same problem, but also then you have to blow into it, for God's sakes. Use the microphone! Oh, sorry. Anyway, sorry. Minish Cap. Minish Cap had the kinstones, which you actually chkunk into each other. And for those of you who remember, it was the only thing we didn't do during our Minish Cap run, was just like, oh, that's just insane. It's grindy, and it's RNG. it's literally random which kinstones you get from certain types of things, and you have to really grind them in order to get all of the. It's worthless. The Dungeon Maker. Listen, a lot of these are Zeldas. The Dungeon Maker in Link's Awakening are. What a waste of space. Can I just say that? Like, when we first saw, I don't know how many of you were in the same, but when we first saw that they were adding a Dungeon Maker Link's Awakening remake, or remaster, excuse me, it was like, oh, cool. No. No, it's not cool at all. You literally just grab tiles, and you just put them together, and then there's your dungeon, and it's boring, and it's dumb. Which leads me, of course, to... This is technically a spoiler for Starfield, so if you care, this is your chance to mute me. I'll give you 3 seconds. The fact that New Game Plus exists in Starfield, and it's one of the worst New Game Pluses I have ever seen. You actually lose your gear and get it replaced for what is demonstrably and objectively worse gear. You lose your ship and get what is almost assuredly an even worse ship. You gain like 1 additional pseudo ability, and some certain random events are changed, and you have to do New Game Plus 9 times. So 10 total playthroughs to actually see everything. Oh, and by the way, each time you do it, you get a slight boost in overall power to get to the point where you're actually supposed to be. Was it 12 times? You know, I don't even care. I don't even care. More than 9 times. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. But it's still not the worst gimmick of the year. Because I actually lied to you. The worst gimmick of the year is... So, you're probably wondering why Spirit Tracks wins over Phantom Hourglass. Obviously, Spirit Tracks has these terrible controls, but in Phantom Hourglass, the overworld navigation was like, it was a map, right? And you would sketch out your path, and then you would go sail that path. And the map was small enough that it wasn't terrible. In Spirit Tracks, all you do is you determine which track you're currently on. Like, you could change lanes on your track, and that's it. But hang on. It's much, much worse than what you're thinking. Because, and I specifically captured footage of this, there are other trains... Come on. Oh, hang on. There are other trains on the track, and if they hit you, you instantly die. As in, game over die and have to go back to your last save. Yeah, that's ignoring the fact that there is nothing to do whatsoever. And, of course, as I just mentioned, the goddamned microphone. I have to mention the microphone. I have to mention the microphone, because if I don't, I'm being dismissive. You have to understand here for a second that I didn't successfully... I was having trouble completing this game, the most previous run. So, not the one for this review you're seeing right here, but from when I was doing the Rumination run, I had trouble completing the game because the microphone worked so badly. Two worsts for Spirit Tracks. Moving on. So, that was worst gimmick. How about best gimmick? What do we have this year? We had, going on... So, this is actually something that people are going to disagree with me on, because it's not quite a gameplay gimmick, but it kind of worked for me. Being on vacation in FF14 Dawn Trail. Call me a weirdo, but that was, in my opinion, the best part about Dawn Trail, and I mean that substantially. Yes, I was. And actually, it made it worse, apparently, Rax, from what I understand. That's anecdotal, but supposedly. So, yeah, no. Actually, just clunking down in Dawn Trail, yeah, that was a really great thing. And just building up the new area and just going through and solving tiny little problems and helping other people and just kind of being in the background, taking a step back. That was great. I liked that in Dawn Trail. I do actually agree that the interrogations in Chaos Theory were really good. It was a nice thing to get information and to just add a little bit of flavor, humor, and fun to things. Airstrikes. I didn't even think about that one, but I'll actually give you that. Airstrikes were kind of fun. When it comes to that, Hitman obviously had some really, really good stuff as well. Duh. Being able to just disguise yourself in Hitman 3. Yeah, no, like what do I call it? Social stealth. That's it. Social stealth is easily one of the better parts of Hitman 3 and something I wish more games would do something with as a concept. We also had the squad in Republic Commando and the ability to control them and sneeze. So there's actually a playthrough, which I didn't show up on camera, where someone actually did a squad only playthrough through Republic Commando, because you can do it because you can actually manage that. I would also give special mention to being a goose in Untitled Goose Game, which, I mean, it's fun, it's silly, it's simple. I'm with it. It was cool. I'm with it. There was also being a shark in Maneater, which was actually really fun and worked really well. And what's funny, by the way, being a goose and being a shark, if you really think about it, is kind of the same thing gameplay wise, because you're just running havoc and doing all kinds of things, that are just anyways. Yeah, great viscerality in Maneater. Oh, very, very good personality. Yeah, you're just an agent of chaos in both cases. And now it's time to kill chaos. Or sorry. But I also have to mention the echoes in Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. So for those of you who didn't actually play that game, because that's actually one of the few games that came out last year that we played when it came out, you defeat or gather a specific object and or enemy, and then you can summon that. And each object costs a certain amount of energy. And as you progress through the game, you gain more and more energy pips for how much stuff you can maintain at one time. And there's a lot of really good design around that. I really loved how many different combinations there were, how many options there were. And, well, obviously there's some things that are just kind of superior, like the Lionel, which we were using. The fact of the matter is there's a lot of different options for what you use and how you use it. It is very much pick your build. It's not quite build gameplay, but it's kind of leaning in the same direction. But in my opinion, all of this pales compared to the actual best gimmick of 2024, which is building in Tears of the Kingdom. I honestly don't even feel the need to explain this one. The depth and scope of this is hard to put into summary. Like, if this game did not have dungeons, which it did, if it didn't have bosses, which it did, if it didn't have, like, the overworld, which it did, and it just had the building, it would still actually be a great game, arguably, possibly a better game. The sheer level and depth of complexity that you could do here is shocking. And obviously, I barely played at this. I barely poked, I dipped my toe into the pool of what you can do with this. What you're seeing here, for those of you who were there for that, who recognize this was me crafting the Abomination. And the fact that I could do this at all, the fact that this is something that's possible, people have made elevators, people have made walkers, people have made hovercrafts, obviously, that's some easy stuff. People have made giant cars that trap enemies and then explode them to death. Like, there is an absolutely silly amount of things you can build in this game. Yeah, they built a good game around an insane gimmick. This is sort of a gimme, to be honest with you. There are there are some really, really fascinating things you can make with this. And I'm with Rax. There are actual survivor builder games that don't even come close to what Tears of the Kingdom managed as a side gimmick. And if you don't mind me skipping forward, because this is about 6 minutes long to get to it, so I can actually show you the Abomination. This is what we ended up building here. It's a little stuck. There's even a short about this, because I was actually really proud of how the Abomination turned out. Because the Abomination, well, you're probably wondering why I call it that. It's because it moves. Hang on, it's running over me. Like that. That's how the Abomination moves. It's kind of galomping over the terrain. Tonight on Top Gear. It's a homunculus of just whoops, and we broke the wheels off. Yes, this is the Top Gear clip. If you want to just go look at Lore Runner Top Gear, it should come up as like one of the first search results. Ah! And then I just rebuilt it because, oh, yeah, that's actually another thing. Sorry, speaking of good artifacts, this option right here, the history button. You remember this? You remember that? The history button was such an amazing quality of life feature. I cannot believe how many games don't have something like this, because it keeps track of your most recent builds too. So if you screw up like I just did, I could just pull up my history of the thing I just built, put it over the wreckage of what just fell apart, and it rebuilds it. I forget what it's called, like the purple hand thing, right? The purple hand thing. That was, God, this is why this guy got the best interface. Or no, it didn't. It was in the running for best. Oh God, it's reversed, right? It's reversed. I'm going into the wall. Anyways, best gimmick, no question. Moving on. So, worst bug. So we had several. I'm only going to mention a couple. I'm only going to mention a couple. We had the rendering pop-in Pokemon Arceus. You remember that? That's arguably not even a bug, just bad optimization. But it was bad. I'm not a huge person about graphics fidelity. I mean, I think NES games both look and play better than modern games in several ways, and I stand by that. And reminder, NES games were made in assembly. But nevertheless, it is worth noting that I really hate it when you have that kind of aggressive pop-in. The fact that I couldn't stream the PC version of Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, which, if you remember, was actually the version of the game we were supposed to play. So I got to play the PS2 version because the PC version was so crash and bug heavy, and I just could not get it on camera. How many of you remember when we kept falling through the world in Doom 4? How many of you remember that it was relatively easy to fall through the world in Doom 4? And yeah, I would be remiss if I did not mention... See, the problem is the Modern Warfare 2 thing. It is actually a bug. So the Modern Warfare 2 launcher is a combination of bad design and a bug. Because the bug was the moment it would load, it would crash. Just like that. Boom. Gone. But the bad design was the fact that if you go to install Modern Warfare or any Call of Duty right now, what it'll do is it'll install everything. Then you go to play your game, it'll play the Call of Duty launcher, which is what was crashing. That's the bug. Then, from the launcher, you actually fire the game, at which point it closes the launcher, and then fires the actual EXE. No, you can't bypass it. Terrible design. But all of that pales compared to, and I know you all already picked it in chat, so try to be surprised. I have kept this here specifically for this purpose. This is the old hard drive. For those who don't recognize, this is an old NVMe. It's a Sabrent. 1 terabyte. M2. This is a paperweight. Well, it's actually pretty bad paper because how small and tiny it is, but that's... This... Someone go kill Warp Core for me really quick. This was Starfield bricking my SSD and nearly bricking my computer. I had issues as a direct consequence of this, remember? As recently as like last week. This is why this is why Fallout 4 is on the veto list. This is why Elder Scrolls 6, as of the moment, is on the veto list. This is why if they ever release any new DLC for Starfield, that's on the veto list. Because I ain't putting up with this again. This was not cheap. Moving on. Best bug. Well, no way in hell, Suffolk. I'm way years outside of it. Years outside of it. Is Skyrim on the veto? No, Skyrim's fine. Skyrim's fine, Fallout 3 is fine, Fallout New Vegas is fine, and Oblivion is fine, and Morrowind. So, physics in Untitled Goose Game was a pretty good bug. We had some good bugs in several of the Zelda games, so there was obviously falling through the world in Doom 4. That was fantastic. I'm just going to skip ahead. The best bug of 2024, to get some positivity in here. Now, I don't know how many of you were here for this. In fact, I'm actually going to go over to here, because I really want you to see this. This is so frustrating because they patched the first version of this bug, which would have been really nice if that was just still in the game, but it wasn't. So then they patched the second version of this glitch. So that sucks. But then there's this, and this is actually, unironically, one of the better features of Tears of the Kingdom, because we were able to skip literally, and I sat down and calculated it, over 20 hours of grind simply by being able to do this. I'm just going to... I don't remember all the steps, to be honest with you. It's been a minute. But, like, you have to do all this stuff to get to the point where you pick up the shield in a very, very specific way, fall through the world. This is one of the reasons why Tears of the Kingdom is a game I'll never replay. Because holy crap. So then you have to, like... I'm going to skip forward a little bit. Then you have to drop something over here in order to reset. Because the whole idea here... oh, I don't know, Rax. The whole idea here is that you want to be in a state... a specific state where the culling line, which is what culling is of how you unload objects in order to reduce load time. So obviously, any open world game has culling to some extent or another. Most games have culling and draw, but open world games need culling, right? So there's culling lines. That's how they do it. They do it as a grid-based system. And there happens to be a culling line right on that staircase I just walked over. So, you know, I went ahead and set this up here, put this on the other side of the culling line, drop the glitched object, which isn't actually in a correct state now. It's a shield connected with a steering wheel, which we just used in order to go through the ground. Now we go over here, and now we have to approach the culling line. Yeah, most engines nowadays just do culling kind of automatically. They don't do this kind of thing. I think this was a jury-rig fix. I could be wrong, but it sure feels like one. Anyways, then we have to pick up an egg, walk forward until we hit the culling line, which tricks the game into culling Link. Now, that's the important part, because Link probably shouldn't actually be culled here, right? Then, we get rid of the bomb shoe. Now, this is when we actually pick up the egg. This is the part I kept screwing up. That's why I'm going so slow in this footage, is because I was having so much issue just getting this working. And you also have to reset the memory state by watching cutscenes. And if you don't watch cutscenes, it doesn't properly set itself. Sometimes you have to do this multiple times. As you can see, we're still there. The egg is still floating in the air. Okay, cool, cool. And then we're going to skip forward a little bit. So now we're carrying nothing. And we have to drop it right here, right at that angle, up against that corner, because that is actually... Yes, they do, Savicom, although they do it a lot better than I do. So now we've dropped that, and we dropped something there, and this is finally what you actually do, because what you do is the egg is still there in the culling line, but doesn't actually exist, and anytime an object is added to a space, it automatically propagates it, like you're saying right there. So what you do is, because technically what you're holding is the egg, and the egg is sitting on the wall, every time you add something to what you're holding, it spawns it on that part of the wall. I'm really giving you a summarization of this glitch, by the way. It also was very physically difficult to do, as in I had to hold down certain button combinations the entire time. If I accidentally let go of a button, I screw up the glitch. Now, I actually got pretty good at this by the end of the game, because I had to do this several times. But this glitch saved us days of stream time on a game that was already like 20 VODs long. Easily best glitch. Boop. Moving on. So, this is a relatively new category. Best weapon or tool or otherwise bit of kit. Or in this case, actually, the worst weapon or tool or kit. You remember gliding in The Messenger? Do you remember how much it sucked? Because I do. Do you remember the Master Dagger in Zelda 2? You could upgrade your weapon in Zelda 2, and it would upgrade its damage. However, you could never upgrade its attack radius. So it was always just this tiny little dagger, just barely jabbing forward. For a bit of perspective, Castlevania allowed you to actually improve your damage range in addition to your damage. But no. Stab. There's also the nope, that's, hang on, worst tool. Here we go. The train in Spirit Tracks. A lot of Zelda stuff. I also have to give special mention to the shotgun in Doom 3, which, if you remember, is one of the worst shotguns ever. Like, I'm sure there is a worse shotgun in gaming out there. It's probably in some terrible game no one's ever heard of. But Doom 3 had a really bad shotgun. There was also the wall mines in Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, which were so frustrating that it was just, I don't even know why they exist in the game, especially in a game that tried very, very hard to make it so that you don't kill people. And all you could do is kill people with them, and also yourself. Yeah, it was literally harder to use them than to not. But all of that pales in comparison to the actual worst weapon or tool or bit of kit in 2024 games, which of course is I love this game to death. It is one of the best reviewing games I've ever covered. But the X-ray scope is essentially mandatory for any new player, which is already bad. It's awkward and weird to use. It completely locks the screen in place. It locks you in place, and it's really slow to pan up and down. It's extraordinarily unnecessary. It's awkward to use, and it's also mandatory, especially if you're 100%ing, which this is a Metroid game, you're sort of encouraged to. The X-ray scope can go suck a lemon. Moving on. But let's talk about positivity instead. Best weapon or tool. Let's see. We had Giga Flare in FF16. I don't feel the need to explain that. In Doom 5, we had the quad chain gun. Yes, yeah, you heard me, like quad chain gun. It is exactly what it sounds like, and it is exactly as awesome as it sounds like. You also had the gauze cannon that was in Doom 4, which is also as extremely fun and awesome as it sounds. It's basically like a sniper rifle combined with an artillery strike, is the simplest way I could put that. They're really good, Rax. Doom 5 is mean. I'm going to warn you. I honestly recommend playing on easy, really. You also had, and I have to give special credit for this, the 20-inch quads. So, Unreal Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought did a lot wrong. But one thing it did right was the shipbuilding, and you could make some absolutely hysterical ships. And one of the things you could add to the ships was 20-inch quad cannons. Now, that probably doesn't sound impressive if you don't know anything about shipbuilding. But if you know anything about shipbuilding, you know that 20 inches, holy crap. Just these colossal gong, 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 gong. And if they hit a ship, then that ship is dead. I also have to give special mention, even though it's kind of under something else. That's funny as it is. And that is the Ultra Hand, which is how you combine stuff in Tears of the Kingdom. Which, that's awesome as it is. But I kind of felt like it was cheating because I already gave that best gimmick. No, the actual best weapon or tool of 2024's games is the editor in Wargroove. I am not speaking hyperbolically. I want to stress that I say this with total sincerity, that if you want to get into learning mission design and scripting and triggering, it might be worth picking up Wargroove, possibly on sale, just for the editor. The amount of stuff you can do with this editor is actually crazy. It is well designed, it is well laid out, and as long as you can understand and think about the logic flow state and how to set flags and how to use flags to call functions, you can do a lot. Yeah, if you're paying attention, this is when we set up a zombie plague map, where each time you killed a unit with a dog, it would convert the other the dog, whatever unit you killed, into another dog on your side. And we actually did a lot with this. We did surface level stuff. We went into a lot of playtesting. But the editor is really, really, really good. I want to stress that. So I'm not speaking facetiously when I say this was a great tool and kit, and is something that was almost worth the price of admission by itself. And we came up with all kinds of other fun, random ideas you could do with this. Like, there was a thing about, like, a map would be completely changed based on whether or not you took an objective within a set period of time or with a certain unit. You could do things like make it so that your units are vampiric. And each of them kind of connects to, like if you attack this type of enemy, it does this. But if you attack this other type of enemy, it does this other thing. And so forth and so on. You can also set up animations, cutscenes with music and dialogue all playing within the editor. Yeah, the game itself was a net negative. But this was really, really good. And yeah, seeing the actual built-in map designs with the incredible stuff they could do with their own editor is kind of crazy. Oh, and also you can share and see other people's maps, of course. Yeah, there you go. I'm just going to pause it for a second. You can see there's several other featured maps on the thing. So, yeah, that's great. Recommend for that reason alone. Don't actually play the base game. The base game is crap. Speaking of worst level. So, we had a few... hang on 1 second. I need to see something here. That's what I thought. So, we had a few possible things here. We had the desert and Breath of Fire 3. Enough said, for those of you who've played that game. Remember, you can pick up to 3 things, Nadaz. We had the entirety of Norfair in Metroid 1. For those of you who don't remember, it was the only time I had to go look something up when we were playing through Metroid 1. I was really pissed about that, because I actually was doing a pretty good job of navigating the game, and there was this one block, which nothing indicated that I could bomb it, that I had to actually bomb that one block in order to be able to progress. And by the way, that's also the part of the level where if you fall down into what's called the hallway. And the hallway is the hallway from hell. You remember that section? I can actually picture it on the map. It's the lower right section of Norfair. And if you... there's only one way out. There's only one way out of the hallway from hell, which is to go all the way to the right, go all the way back up, and then start over. Because you want to get over here. You need to get over here. But if you fall at any point in time, you have to do this whole section over again. It was terrible. Speaking of, Area 6 from Metroid 2. Screw Area 6, a very vertical area on a Game Boy. Enough said, honestly. There's also Doom 2, which had Map 13. Remember Map 13? I do. It was one of the only levels in Doom 2 that we had to actually go and Google stuff for, because it was just awful. Oh, I also have to mention, while we're here, Second Quest Dungeon 9 for Zelda 1, which was awful. I cannot even possibly summarize it. It was garbage. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Mission 4. That's from Age of Sigmar. I do not, Loner. Mission 4 of Age of Sigmar was the one we were stuck on, the one I almost put the game down over, because I legitimately thought it was physically impossible. I'll talk more about that later. But no, if I'm being completely honest with myself, there's only one level that is the worst level of 2024. For years, I have called this one of the worst last dungeons in gaming. When we went back through and reviewed this with a fine-tooth comb, I reminded myself of why this is one of the worst last dungeons in all of gaming. This is Infinity. Final dungeon of Breath of Fire 2. It is a long, slow, boring crawl with a song that you only hear the first 10 seconds of, with the highest encounter rate of the entire game, with enemies that are very irritating and frustrating to fight, with very few actual recovery spots, with that nonsense in the background, which is probably destroying the stream quality right now. Yeah, it also, if anything goes wrong with your party, it resets your mergers. And when I say anything goes wrong, I mean, obviously if someone dies, it resets your mergers. You have to get all the way back out manually in order to do this, and then manually come all the way back in. But hang on. It's actually worse than you think, because the game also has several flags where, like, the party rests and heals and a cutscene happens. That also resets your mergers. But hang on, it gets even worse than that, because there's a part of the game where you have to go talk to someone optionally in order to beat the game. Yes, you heard me right. Optionally. If you do not talk to this side person... Oh, hang on, the music's stopping. Can we get that starting up again, please? There we go. Cool. If you get to a certain point in the dungeon and have not talked to this optional NPC, you cannot beat the game. Nothing indicates that. This dungeon also has the worst boss in the game in it, which is Barrow Barry, or whatever his name is, the big claw demon-looking guy. So, yeah, this dungeon does everything wrong. It doesn't even have that good of loot in order to actually compensate. Infinity Dungeon's terrible. Infinity Dungeon is absolutely terrible, and it is one of, if not the worst stages in gaming history, and definitely one of the worst final dungeons in gaming history. But you know what? Positivity. Best levels. We had some really good levels this year, right? We had the golf course in Maneater. So in Maneater, you could set yourself up with parts and level ups to the point where every time you ate someone, you would heal and gain oxygen back. The golf course is completely out of the water, but there's a lot of people there. Yum, 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 yum. Yep, blood is air. We also had, I have to mention, the Lands of Ambrose, which was in Tinykin. That was the kitchen stage. And I liked that whole game, but that was easily the best stage of Tinykin, was the kitchen area. There's a lot of great puzzles, a lot of great interactions. Great stuff. I have to mention the Excess Express, which is the third to last chapter of Paper Mario 2R, which is fantastic. I actually was worried it wouldn't hold up, but no, it's still amazing. Miami. I decided to challenge myself and only pick one level from Hitman 3, because honestly, best level quest could have easily turned into these 10 levels from Hitman 3. So I decided to zoom it in on just one. And at the end of the day, keeping everything into account, because there's a lot of really, really good levels in Hitman 3. But for me personally, Miami still just kind of drifts just a little bit above, like just a few inches above all of the other truly great stages in Hitman 3. The depth of it, the complexity, the layers, the options, the crazy stuff you can do, the missions. It's also a huge map, and it's very dense. And yeah, much better story flair, exactly. Much better story access than a lot of the other ones. It's really, really, really good. Norfair 2, Super Metroid. Exactly what a mean area should look like with regards to a Metroid area. It is very much Final Dungeon territory, and just completely is like, okay, you're geared, you're prepped, you know what you're doing, right? Because if you don't, you're gonna freaking die. And then I actually do have the bank from Splinter Cell Chaos Theory down here, which was probably my favorite overall level. There were several good stages in Splinter Cell, but that's true. So, but imagine if you go, Hank, we could merge the two. Imagine like a quacker just kind of chomping down like Cookie Monster. But yeah, the bank level was great. We had some great levels this year. The Palace of Darkness, Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds. This is another one where I forced myself to only pick one stage, because frankly, every single level in Link Between Worlds pops. No joke. If you have not played Link Between Worlds and you enjoy Zelda games, go play Link Between Worlds. It's phenomenal. It's one of the best Zelda games for a frickin' reason. It's way the hell up there. So I'm going to say this unusually because I like to avoid spoilers, especially for FF14, but the level 100 dungeon in FF14. I can't actually share any specifics about why that's on the list, but it was a really good dungeon, and I'm just going to leave that there. Unfortunately, all of this doesn't quite work. Honestly, Miami was really, I was really tempted by Miami, but I have to give it to the Snow Peak Ruins of Twilight Princess R. This dungeon is probably the best Zelda dungeon ever made. It is a wonderful confluence of town, dungeon, and combat in one area. It has like a weirdly dynamic, it's almost Metroid-y in the design of the dungeon itself, as what you can interact with and how you can interact with it kind of expands as you're moving through it. And the enemies are interesting and innovative and fun, and the puzzle design is fantastic, and it really encourages you to use multiple, because most of the puzzles have multiple solutions. It has a developing storyline going through it. It has phenomenal music. It has fantastic visuals. like, Snow Peak Ruins is exactly what I'm looking for when it comes to a Zelda game. It might actually be like the pinnacle for me with regards to this kind of a thing. And I don't know what else to add to that. Hey, Valerian. Good to see you. I won't bore you with more of this, but like, oh my god, just, why would you play on a non-controller? Why would you ever do that to yourself, Giga? Giga, who hurt you? It's okay. We're here for you. We got you. You can play with real controllers from now on and actually enjoy video games. So, what's next? Bosses! Worst boss. Okay, we have a lot. We have Notori X from Metroid Fusion. The only boss that really pissed me off in Metroid Fusion. It was actually part of a level area that also really pissed me off in Metroid Fusion. It was a boss where you had to redo the entire level if you died, and also there was like a level after the boss, and there was no save at any point in that time, so that sucked. And the boss itself was irritating. Vati, the last boss from Minish Cap. If you remember, the last boss from Minish Cap was one of those wonderful, hey, the controls don't work quite right, but we really want to shove this gimmick down your throat kind of bosses. You know, like the final boss of Mega Man 01, for those of you who remember that. It's just really frustrating. We also had Scaldera from Skyward Sword. I don't feel the need to explain that. That was just awful. But I also have to give special mention to, and this one very, very, very nearly won it for me, the Icon of Sin from Doom 2. Which is probably the definition. Like, if you look up a textbook of bad boss design, you will see the Icon of Sin from Doom 2. For those who don't remember, you have to shoot a specific spot on him with a specific weapon, but also you have to be a specific height to shoot it, and you can't aim up. So you have to get yourself to the right height while there's just waves after waves of random ads spawning in order to then fire in and then get it. And the timing is awful because of the fact that it's a rocket launcher, and it's awful. But I still would say that's not as bad as the worst boss of 2024. How many of you know it? How many of you know it? 2, 3 of you? This is Algernon. So, this is actually really simple, all things considered. It's a basic boss. It's RPG standards here on J. Palmer. You got your main boss and you got your side ads. The side ads heal and buff, and they respawn periodically, right? Wrong. I'm actually going to show off in this footage just how bad this is. Also, so the main boss has a bajillion health, and he hits like a truck. And the side ads here, again, heal and buff, and also do damage to you. But my personal favorite thing, and I got to skip forward a little bit because apparently I don't show it off until the end. Here we go. So we do a big AoE attack. I have just taken action. The enemy has not had an action yet. Before the next action can even happen, one of those ads has already respawned. This, I should mention, is a mandatory boss fight. You cannot skip this. You have to go through the Algernon fight in order to get the damn wisdom fruit. So this fight comes out of absolutely nowhere, is the hardest fight in the actual game, and is unfairly designed to be as frustrating as possible in all of the wrong ways. Algernon can go directly to hell. Moving on. Density. So this is a new category. Yeah, it's Lavos' core, but terrible. That's actually a good way to put that. Density. So density is exactly what it sounds like. A game that has... So worst density would be the most empty game, right? There's just not a lot going on. And best density would be a whole lot of concentrated awesome. So worst density. I only actually came up with 4 categories for this one, so this is kind of a thing here. Oh, did I skip best boss? I skipped best boss. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip best boss. Best boss! Thank you. Oh my god, this was a good year for bosses. This was a good year for bosses. So, the really, really good fight in Pokemon Arceus. I'm going to say it that way because it is the best boss I have ever seen in Pokemon. It's a really awesome fight. The Tester boss in AM2R, which tests each of your actual abilities and uses them against you. Coloctos, which is the giant clockwork mechanism guy in Skyward Sword. Colgera, which is obvious in Tears of the Kingdom. Omega from Final Fantasy 16. Love that fight. The Diggernaut from Samus Returns, which is kind of a weird one because it's kind of more of a puzzly boss, but at the same time, you fight it several times, and each time it gets a little bit more worse, a little bit funner. The final boss of Metroid Dread, a fight that is a little bit ruined by being a little bit too tightly tuned and a little bit too checkpointy, but still a very good fight other than that. Cryak, which is from Phantom Hourglass. You're probably thinking, what the hell is that? I had to give it special mention this year because that's the fight where you're on Phantom Hourglass, you're having the DS, and your viewpoint is the boss's viewpoint. The camera switches to the perspective of the boss, and the boss goes invisible, and then you have to fight it. And I just always thought that was really cool. It always impressed me. Ganondorf, obviously, from Wind Waker, and Ganondorf, obviously, from Twilight Princess. I also have to give special mention to Interphos, which I'm just going to say that generically, but the Interphos fight was the one that scored the best for me overall in Dawn Trail. But I'm actually going to give it to something else. The Zant fight is just amazing. Top to bottom. It's a rare example of a multi-phase boss fight which does pretty much everything right with that concept. Each phase is completely different from the previous phases. And each phase is specifically endemic of not only him as a character, because this is actually some of the best characterization we get for Zant is in his boss fight, but also of the creatures that he has interacted with and controlled over the years. And it's the animation, the slowly descending music, the actual mechanics and gimmicks of each fight, the way how it encourages you to use a huge amount of your kit across the whole fight. Like, I'm going to skip forward. This is a long fight. You know, there's phase 2, which is when he's doing the smash thing. Phase 3 is the underwater section. Oh my god, pillars no. Phase 4 is when he's jumping around on the mats, on the pillars. Phase 5, I think. Yep, this is the ice one when he grows huge. Phase 6, I think, is the last one. Yeah, and phase 6, like just this last phase here. I know I'm covering some of it. Here, let me scooch up a little bit so you can really see this. Phase 6 here just does so much good to explain what is wrong with this man. And he is completely broken. There's no subtlety. There's no skill. There's no design. He's just literally slapping at you. And yet they still make it an engaging and fun fight despite the fact that he has no skill. He's just brute forcing his way through you. I love this fight so hard. Yeah, he's just a raving lunatic by this phase. And that makes sense. He's Zant. If you let him actually spin out, he is actually like, oh god, it's great. I love this fight so much. So, yes, that's best level. Look at his defeat animation. Look at him. Look at him. He's just, what? I love it. I absolutely adore it. Great fight. Moving on. So now, worst density. Sorry. So we had a couple of options here. So Breath of the Wild, which is an obvious pick, honestly. Breath of the Wild, one of my biggest problems, I'd say my second biggest problem with Breath of the Wild is how empty it is, how little there is to do in the game. Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, I know what you're going to say, but Tears of the Kingdom still has the same problem with Breath. In fact, while they certainly add a lot more to do in the overworld, and they do, they then triple, well, that's an exaggeration, but they increase the size of the overworld by over double. Because then you have the entire underworld, and then you have the sky. Jesus Christ, Tears. Like, you fixed your overworld, and then you made it bigger. By over double. Why? And I have to mention FF16. FF16, while I did like quite a bit of it, one of the biggest reasons I haven't felt any real desire to replay it, we'll see if that's true in years from now, is just there's huge swaths of what is essentially nothing in FF16. But all of this pales in comparison to the actual worst density of 2024. I want you to know, and I mean this with sincerity, that about half of the time I spent gathering footage for the LGAs, this is not a joke, was spent gathering footage from Starfield. Because I had to look for specific shots, because I wanted to showcase specific parts of Starfield for you. Sometimes I'll just pick a random shot, but other times I really wanted to show exactly how vacuous and empty Starfield is. This is the opposite of density. This is just this big, empty plain of procedurally generated terrain, which had someone go over it with a brush. Exactly, Bregman. I couldn't just jump around and gather footage myself. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of Starfield in the future. I've already kind of given that away. This is 4 minutes of me running in a line and not actually getting anywhere, by the way. I just want you to understand that, because I want you to understand that I am not being facetious at all. Yeah. 1 second. Enjoy this wonderful footage while I look something up really quick, really quick. This actually won't take me long. There it is. Okay, cool. So much wasted nonsense. But of course, you're probably expecting positivity. How about best density? I like positivity. What do we got for best? What were my options for best this year? Let's see. So, best density. I'm just going to run through this because you know what won. We had Link Between Worlds. We had Link to the Past. High density. Good SNES games tend to have extremely high density. Paper Mario 2R, Hitman 3, and Twilight Princess. But no, I'm sorry. There really is only one possible choice here. Super Metroid actually broke records. Super Metroid got 20.37 positives per hour to story and 33.7 positives per hour to gameplay. I don't know what else to add to that. Super Metroid is shockingly dense. I know some people like padding, wrong word, fat. I know some people like to have a little bit of fat to flesh out things and to give it some time to breathe. I do too, for the record. But that's not what this category is about. This category is about density. And Super Metroid doesn't really have any padding on it to speak of, other than that stupid X-Roy scope. Because well, the difference, this actually goes to a viewer who's not even with us anymore, is the one Joker. But he and I talked about this once upon a time. Fat can add to the flavor of meat. Gristle cannot. So fat can be good, but gristle is always bad, and that's the terminology we use. Anyways, sorry, wow. Next is sound design. It looks like we don't have a nomination for... Yeah, even backtracking in Super is good stuff. Looks like we don't have a worst sound design, so we're just going to go with best sound design. Here we go. So I'm just going to run through this. All the Metroids, all the Zeldas, and Pokemon Legends Arceus. All of those had good sound design, obvious. But for me, the best sound design, by a decent margin, actually, is... Now, I know this is music you're listening to right now, because I couldn't get footage with the actual audio playing. Yes, Primark. But the thing is, Ocarina of Time... I mean, yeah, Nintendo lives and breathes sound design. They've done that since Mario 1. They have been the kings of sound design basically forever. And there are precious few exceptions to that rule. Yeah, literally blind people can play this game. Enough said. I don't even know what else to add to that, right? Literally blind people can, and have, by the way, played this game. Like, this is a game that is on the recommended list for people who are blind. Enough said. Moving on. Okay, so, music. Worst music. So we have Doom 2. I know that's going to raise some hackles, but honestly, especially after Doom 1, which is iconic for a frickin' reason, Doom 2 was just, what? I am also going to mention Dawn Trail. I do actually mention Dawn Trail on my own personal list. The misuse of the FF9 songs irritated me, and frankly, while the overusage of machinations was funny, there was a lot of music decisions with Dawn Trail, and a lot of the best music was very backloaded. So you would spend like over half of the game, over half of the launch content of Dawn Trail, listening to music. Yeah, I also mentioned Yume Nuki R specifically there, which was just what? Just oh my god, I don't even want to get into it, Mr. Red. Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. A weird pick, I'm sure, but I know some of you know what I'm talking about. I loved that game, and I wanted to play it on mute, because I really did not enjoy that overly sharp, not quite live orchestra rendition of music that they had going in Echoes. It was weird. There were like 3 songs I liked in the entire soundtrack. We also had Phantom Hourglass, which had the worst like explorer overworld dungeon song ever. I should have prepped it for you. Do you remember it? Bum, bum, dum, 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 bum, bum, dum, 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 bum, bum, dum, dum. Remember that? That was awful. However, I'm still going to give it to something else. Wargroove doesn't have what I would call traditionally bad music, but it has some of the worst music direction that I have ever seen. Like, music direction is the wrong word, because we actually have a category for music direction. It was very, very frustrating having to listen to the first 5 seconds of this song, and then the first 5 seconds of the next song, and then the first 5 seconds of my song, and then the first 5 seconds of the next song, and then the first 5, over and over and over and over and over again. It was incredibly frustrating, because once again, I wanted to mute the game. This game was shockingly bad, really. It doesn't even look bad. Look at that. That's actually really good sprite work and animation, and it's got like its stylized, and oh my god. No, I got really like for a bit of it was like this. This is gonna be really easy here because I'm about to end my turn. Okay. Okay, end turn. You get it, right? That's why Wargroove wins that one. So, best music. All right, what do we got for best? What do we got for best? We had some bangers this year. We had. I need to mention Breath of Fire 3. I have to. It's a song I have to mention, especially because back when Breath of Fire 3 came out, a lot of people were like, "Why would you ever put jazz music in a JRPG?" I don't even like jazz music, and Breath of Fire 3 soundtrack slaps. I'm sorry. I also have to give special mention to Super Metroid, because Super Metroid has an iconic soundtrack for a reason. Yeah, Persona 5 was like, hey, what's up? Hi. You're back. Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, once again, another example of establishing several iconic songs. Paper Mario 2R, which I have to give special mention to, because for those of you not aware, because continuing the trend of how incredibly good Paper Mario 2R is, you can switch between the original soundtrack and the new soundtrack with a menu option. Please keep doing this, games. It's great. I love it. Please keep doing it. I can't wait to give positives to the Pixel remasters of the FFs for that exact same option. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Final Fantasy XVI, which has some absolute frickin' bangers. We'll get to that more in just a second. But for me, and I know I'm going to get some hackles for this, but I have to give the best music of 2024 to... Memes aside, this game's soundtrack slaps. Doom 5 had... I was actually pretty torn myself, Rax. But, like, Doom 5 is just top to bottom, holy crap levels of quality. Yeah, and it's just, come on. What do you need from me? This is actually 5, yes. Hell, this exact song is actually from the DLC to 5. Ancient Gods. Nah. This is legit. It's amazing. It's awesome. I have nothing else to add to this. By the way, this is the level of intensity this game has, Rax. Doom 5. This is why, like, if you're down for it, play it on hard. It's got proper difficulty. But it's going to expect you to know what you're doing. But the biggest problem I had with this game was it was too long. It has such density and such severity and such... Like, I don't even know if the stream is capturing it because the camera's moving so fast. You had to do so much every single second of this game. It is so many little micro choices constant. They give you a lot of kit in Doom 5 to work with. And by God, they expect you to use all of it. There are a couple of asterisks. I still think the shield guys are bullcrap, and I stand by that. I do think they're bad game design in a game designed about this. They're just an odd and weird, awkward pause, but man. Anyway, sorry. If you do it right, oh. Anyways. Song. Now, I didn't pick a worst song because it's Machinations from FF14. But Machinations! But no. Best song. We had a bunch of options this year. I had to really, really limit myself for a best song pick. There's Lower Brinstar from Super Metroid, which is the iconic Brinstar music, the lava music from Metroid series. There's The Dark World from Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which is just super amazing. There's Iconoclasm from FF16, which is just holy crap, and also perfectly adds to how crazy good that fight is. There is Leveling Agility, which is the song you were actually just listening to from Doom 5. There's also the final boss music from Paper Mario 2R, specifically the remaster version. But for best song, for me, it was actually a gimme this year. And I know a lot of you are going to look at me weird, but bear with me. In a game that barely had dungeon design, the final dungeon of Hyrule Castle is extremely good. It is, frankly, what all of Breath of the Wild probably should have been. It is a colossally huge dungeon with dozens, if not hundreds, of different vectors to both enter and then get through it. It has rewards, good, valuable rewards, everywhere. It rewards you for fighting, it rewards you for exploring, it rewards you for being thorough, and it rewards you pretty much no matter what path you take. But all of that pales in comparison for me to the song. And I know this is cheating, so I apologize for cheating, the songs. There's actually 2 songs that play for Hyrule Castle. They play alongside each other. This is something Nintendo likes to pull as a trick in general. Where they have like one theme and then another version of that theme. And then as you switch between different parts of the level, it switches which theme is actually playing. So there's an inside theme and an outside theme for Hyrule Castle. And that dynamic as you go inside and out, because it's functionally the same song, it switches seamlessly from one portion to the other, just like that. Because it's always at the same point in both songs. Dynamically making that overall song, those 2 songs side by side, and making it slap the way it does. What you're listening to is actually the interior version right now. I'm going to skip ahead if you'll forgive me. This is the exterior version. If you remember, this I was literally inspired to make a remix of this song the day after I heard it, because I loved it so much. It's so wonderfully endemic of what, frankly, most of the game has failed to do. To sell the idea of this post-apocalypse, the ruins of Hyrule, the once and future kingdom. There's just enough militant nature in it while still being morose, and like there's just, you can almost get a hint. Maybe this is just me imprinting, but it feels like there's a bit of regret in this. Listen to those horns. And then the strings build up in the background. With Ganondorf's theme, by the way. Which is superseded by the Hyrule Castle theme. Then it switches keys down. Then it hits its rejoinder. Notice the horns are now in an upper key, major key. While the strings are now in the minor. Yeah, this song, this is why this song is the top for me. It's not just a song that's good to listen to. It's a song that is telling you a story. You can hear what's going on here. You could get so much narrative just from this song. It is awesome. I'd love to just sit here and listen to the whole thing, but we're already like an hour, 2 hours in, and I'm not even through my picks yet. So let's get to gameplay. Worst gameplay. So for me, this was easy. All I did was looked at the numbers because I track this kind of thing. So in order, Metroid 1 with -37, Zelda 1 with -38. I think it's just called Hyrule Castle as Mirror Star. Breath of Fire 2 at -46. Age of Sigmar at -51. And try to be shocked at the worst gameplay of 2024. Starfield at -109. New record, by the way, I believe. I shouldn't say that. Is that a new record? Hang on, let me double check that. Nope, I'm wrong. Secret of the Stars is actually still worse. Barely. Jesus. Yeah, -109 is actually is including the DLC. It's worth noting. It's got bad interface. It's got bad movement. It's got bad inventory. It's got bad itemization. It's got bad controls. It's got bad level design. It's got bad quest design. It's got bad combat. It's got bad customization. Name something on the gameplay axis, and what you will see is bad, 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 bad. All three aspects of viscerality were bad. And if you remember, that's bad fast travel. How do you screw up fast travel? It was bad. Like, fast travel is almost a gimme positive, right? I've admitted before that I tend to just kind of give positives when it's kind of a gimme. No, Starfield somehow had bad fast travel, which is impressive. Oh, the persuasion minigame. What the hell? Leveling was bad in Starfield. Dialogue options. Choices. That's a gameplay feature, remember? Choice gameplay is gameplay. Starfield had bad gameplay in choices. Oh yeah, having to take off all my gear to stealth. I believe they have since fixed that spot, by the way. But when we played it... yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. When we played it, we had to take off all our gear because stealth was literally bugged. And so it was better to literally be naked. And we did the entire, like, Thieves Guild chain naked. just because it was better to stealth that way. Oh, man. It was bad. It was bad. Name an aspect of gameplay and it was bad. It was impressive. best gameplay. Once again, this is simple for me. All I do is look at the numbers. So once again, in order, Paper Mario 2R at plus 76. Pokemon Arceus at plus 84. Twilight Princess at plus 88. These are close to each other. Super Metroid at plus 91. These are net, by the way. And the best gameplay score we gave to 2024... Tears of the Kingdom. For all it did wrong, and to be clear, Tears did many things wrong, it did so much right. It did so much right. And this isn't about density. This is just raw gameplay score. Okay, that's all it is. What you're seeing right now is something I am legitimately proud of. You may or may not be able to tell, I have 7 hearts right now, and I am fighting an enemy that hits me for about 14. Now, there's a mechanic in the game where you can have what's called 1 heart protection. 1 heart protection means if you would get killed, but within like a period of range or whatever, then you don't actually take all the damage, you get pushed down to 1 heart and you live. But if you get hit for enough damage in 1 hit, in other words, that it essentially kills your health twice over, then it bypasses that 1 heart protection. The reason I'm telling you this is, first of all, that's a good gameplay design, just by itself. But second of all, I'm also telling you that, I can't believe I managed that. I'm also telling you this because what that means is if this guy hits me, he doesn't put me down to 1 health. He kills me. He will one-shot me. This is Oko territory. And yet one of the hardest enemies in the entire game I was able to kill with 7 hearts and very careful and specific precision. And this did take me a few tries without getting hit. You know why? Because the game was good enough to allow that. This is a game designed around the idea that you can actually fight enemies and never take damage. And that's before we get into the awesome dungeon design and the excellent enemy design and the merging of item things and, yes, actually, Triaxia. And the building mechanic and just, yeah, everything they did to really, really just push everything up. Push this gameplay way, way, way up. Honestly, if it wasn't for that grind, this would have slapped even harder. Yes, they do, and ditto, Giga Pudding, because I kind of had Lionel's completely on farm when we went through Breath. Then we hit Tears, and I had to relearn everything. Thanks, guys. Anyways. So, yeah, Tears, great gameplay. Moving on. Let's talk about some other things. Graphics. So this is kind of a generic category, because graphics can mean a lot of different things. I personally think of this as not just raw graphics, because I don't give a crap, but also graphic design, right? How they use the graphics, how visually distinct it is, right? In other words, I think Mega Man 5 looks good now, to use my classic example there. So worst graphical design, and I know Ross is going to hate me for this, but I'm sorry. One of the nominees was Metroid 1, a game that looks rough, to put it nicely. Metroid 2, a game that looks rough and has a shrunk screen. Cool. Skyward Sword. I was actually torn on that one, but honestly, Skyward Sword hit the perfect in-between of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and it sucked. I hated how Skyward Sword looked. Like, I don't even... Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Now, hang on. I actually like the plastic toys look of both Link's Awakening R and Echoes of Wisdom. What I do not like is the aggressive depth of field, which was really, really bad in Echoes of Wisdom. Like, not as bad as Octopath, which is saying something, but like 1 step below Octopath in terms of aggression. It was really frustrating. And I'm going to get some hackles for this, but I almost consider also giving it to Final Fantasy 16. I don't think FF16 looks good. We actually spent several streams debating just the visual styles of FF16. It was a little bit too gray, a little bit too brown, a little bit too dark, and most of the character models, not all, but most character models were just indistinct from each other. And then you hit the part where the entire world is bathed in red for the entire rest of the game, including while you're doing side quests. And it's just, so yeah, no, I had to give that a gimme, but I didn't actually give FF16 the worst. If anything is going to make people hate me, it's going to be my pick for the worst graphics of 2024. I'm sorry. This didn't look good then. It's a gimme now. But even for the time, this was way too simplistic. In fact, I actually was really debating between this and Zelda 2, to be honest with you. But Zelda 2 actually managed better color distinction and better visual distinction, which is an aspect of graphic design. So while Zelda 2 looks worse, it runs a little bit better. It's a little bit more, visible. It's a little bit better to actually see and process and look at. And instead here, I mean, God, I've hated for years how Link looks here. And I hate how the dungeons look. And I hate everything about it. Zelda 2 does have the epilepsy thing. I didn't actually consider that. That's fair and valid, because I don't have that issue. So that is my fault. And I will actually agree that based on that, Zelda 2 probably could take this, because Zelda 2 is pretty bad about the epilepsy. God, look at that terrible tiling. Oh my god. Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah, revolutionary is nice and all. Does not make it good. What makes it good is the best graphics of 2024. Wonderful segue. We had so many options here. So forgive me, I'm just going to kind of run through these. We had Wargroove, which had a wonderful style to it. Each side actually had different cosmetics. They played exactly the same, but they did at least look cool. And well animated, well bumpy, positive, good color distinction, good visual distinction. Breath of Fire 3, which didn't have particularly great backdrops, but used them really well. Like, its backdrops were really, really basic geometric models, like just a flat terrain, or like a flat terrain with a bump. But the sprite work was really good. And again, they used the terrain very, very well. And yeah, the sprites in Breath of Fire 3 are so good. Mark of the Ninja R, I have to give special mention to that one. Oxygen Not Included, which I give special mention for being so visually parsable in a game with an enormous amount of things going on. Untitled Goose Game, which is how you do cell shading, in my opinion. Starfield. No, don't look at me like that. Starfield has some of the best doodad design I've ever seen outside of a Blizzard game. And I really like the NASA punk look. I do. It was one of the things that caught my eye, and it is something they did well. I have to give that credit. Yeah, Starfield does look good, especially when you're in an interior. Yes, there are a couple of people, two, who know what they're doing in Starfield. Pentiment. How many of you even remember that game? Pentiment is extremely stylized, but knows what its style is and does it extremely well. I will admit, I don't actually like the particular aesthetic they were going for in Pentiment. But, man, did they nail it. Oh, that game. Yeah, Pentiment is really awesome. Like I said, we had a lot of options this year. Metroid Zero Mission. Specifically Zero Mission, I think... you know me. If you know, the GBA has some of the best sprite work in the business. That's still true now. And Zero Mission was a great example of how a Metroid game can look incredibly good. Like just the details and the background and all of, oh my god. Also, I would be remiss if I did not also mention Super Metroid. Super Metroid also looks extremely good now, and is parsable, and has color distinction, and has different biomes, and I feel like I'm repeating myself because we had so many good visual games. Speaking of which, Link Between Worlds. I wasn't sure I was going to like the visuals of Link Between Worlds because it's got that kind of pseudo-stylized 3D look, but no, they did some great stuff with the visuals of that. And they managed to make the 3D elements, the verticality of a lot of the stages work really well at a quick and easy visual indicator. Speaking of which, Tears of the Kingdom. How many of you remember the first time we went down to the depths? To use a specific example of how they use their visuals so well. Holy crap. And of course, obviously, the overworld itself looks good, and they do some good stuff. They really did, yeah. Aside from the bloom, which they pulled down a little bit from Breath. Um, no, I don't mean the intro. I mean the first time we went down to the depths. Um, but yeah, they pulled down the bloom and they added a lot of detail to the overworld, and it helped a lot. As I mentioned, they fixed the density of the overworld. They just then added another whole overworld. um, Paper Mario 2R, somehow taking the excellent visuals of a GameCube game and making them even better. Did you notice how they actually have new animations and new like reactions, like as someone's talking, someone somewhere bothered to add, emoting during cutscenes. Jesus Christ, that game's so good. I also have to mention Doom 4. Not Doom 5. I don't actually care for Doom 5's aesthetics. But Doom 4, while it mainly had like Hellscape and then Mars and then interior, I really have to give credit, especially for the interiors. The industrial punk of Doom 4 looks really, really, really good. But if I might be so bold, all of this still doesn't quite add up to the best graphics of 2024, which is... Ironically, I picked this section for it, but whatever. As is so depressingly common with Nintendo, the sheer detail, the sheer quantity and quality of detail in the backdrops and the sprites is crazy good. And then you add in how, I keep saying parsable, but what I mean by that is at a glance. That's what I like to call that. You can tell what you're looking at, how you can interact with it, and what you should do with it at a glance instantly. And that's on top of it looking extremely good and clean and well designed. And just how many of you even noticed that, like, there's a little indicator showing that there's lava coming out of the left area to show that it's a heated area? How many of you noticed the little spot? See, there's the heat. How many of you noticed that there was a flickering light in the previous section to show that the power was out? And just I could go down the list. There's so many good visual design decisions throughout the course of the whole game, and that's in addition to the fact that Samus herself is ridiculously well animated to a degree that I have trouble even putting it into words. I could probably do an entire video just on the animations of just Samus herself. And that's before we even get to the cutscene animations, which are even better, because she is actually extremely well characterized in this game because of her animations. And then there's the shots, and then there's just, oh my god, it's so good, it's so good. Anyways, I'm just going to pause this here, but holy crap. So yeah, Metroid Dread. Absolutely great graphics. What? So I couldn't come up with any for worst atmosphere for 2024. So we're going to skip over that. Instead, we're going to go straight up to best atmosphere. Once again, a lot of options this year. So, Zelda, Twilight Princess. Morose, quiet, kind of melancholy, right? Majora's Mask. The oncoming apocalypse, the moon always being visible anywhere you're outside, up in the sky, and just the horror of that and how people react to it. Link to the Past, a game a lot of people, if I might be so bold for a second, skip over the narrative axis of, because a lot of people tend to forget Link to the Past has a really awesome, terrifying story axis. You are like right after an apocalypse has started in Link to the Past. Everything is getting worse, and the whole game, everything keeps getting just a little bit worse and just a little bit darker. It's fantastic. Super Metroid, extremely atmospheric game. The music, the visuals, the pulsing lights, the dark sections. It knows how to have areas where things breathe, and it knows how to have areas where things are intense. Metroid Fusion, one of the better things that game did. Obviously, I'm kind of giving this almost a gimme, but the SAX and the feel of being stalked by something that is so much higher tier than you, and combined with the general, horror of what most Metroid games manage in general. Metroid Dread. Yes, I know I'm listing a lot of Metroid. Look, we did a Zelda block and a Metroid block. What do you want from me? Metroid's kind of pop when it comes to atmosphere, okay? So Metroid Dread, which has pretty much the exact same atmosphere that you would imagine from the title, and does a great job with that. Yeah. I also want to mention Maneater. Because here's the deal. When you hear the word atmosphere, you probably think of a specific thing. You think of ambiance and pulsing, peaceful, quiet, or terrifying, or whatever. But to me, atmosphere is about exactly how it conveys the overall vibe of what it's going for. And Maneater has great vibe. You are a big death doom shark, while this dude is like, oh, wow, he just got a big dipper there. Whoo! That's fantastic. You know, Maneater definitely has some vibe going for it. I would also be remiss if I did not mention Hitman 3. It's, again, not the kind of thing you would normally think of when it comes to something like, atmosphere. But once again, does a really, really good job with so many of its levels getting across so much of the vibe and concept, and the slow removal of the 1%, which is happening in the background. Just really cool stuff. Yakuza Kiwami 2, Resident Evil Block. Be righteous. So then we have Breath of Fire 3. Breath of Fire 3 is wonderfully doomed in a weird way. Breath of Fire 3 is this very quiet doom. It's the impression and vibe of a setting where the world ended a while ago and everything's just limping on. I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but I think Breath of Fire 3 succeeds for me where Dark Souls doesn't. Because Breath of Fire 3 is all about the fact that we can turn this crap around, damn it. Whereas Dark Souls is all about accepting it. And for me, I prefer the former. But yeah, it's very quiet, passive hopelessness. Because there is a very powerful being, this is a name of a spoiler, maintaining this stagnant world state. But I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Breath of Fire 2. A game that most people don't even understand how... I'm using that wrong. I've had a lot of people reach out to me say that they never quite cognated why they like the atmosphere of Breath of Fire 2 until I explained it. Because Breath of Fire 2 is also, very dark, very, very quiet, very horrifying. But in Breath of Fire 2's case, it's more like waking up one day and realizing that your neighbors are actually monsters. I know that sounds like a strange way to put that. But Breath of Fire 2 is all about the world getting infected with evil, more or less literally. Yeah, it also, Breath of Fire 2 gave us evil churches in JRPGs, and that became a thing for a long time. But I'm actually going to give it to... These are all great atmospheric games. All of these had great atmosphere. But for me, the best atmosphere of 2024... is Star Trek Resurgence. Because for me, again, atmosphere isn't just, that kind of vibe or what, or that horrible thing, but it's the vibe. It's about how well it accomplishes a specific feel. And if there is one thing this game did very well, it's that it felt like Star Trek. Good and bad, by the way. There was some nonsense. There was a lot of telltale nonsense, too, if we're being honest with ourselves. And I certainly had serious issues with the game. But if there's one thing it did the whole time through, it kept that atmosphere. It felt like Star Trek. It very, very nailed the vibe. And that is something that's harder to do than it sounds. Cough, cough, Discovery. Yeah, it actually felt like you were a cast member on a TNG era, Voyager era ship. And yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. Even when the controls were terrible. Hang on. There we go. Okay, we got the respirator. Oh, this freaking game. Anyways, moving on. So next, overall cast. This was a new category that you guys added, and I agreed with. And I had to sit down and think about this one, because we have several individual character things, but like the whole cast of the whole game. So this one took a minute, because we had some stinkers for worst cast. We had Age of Sigmar and the totally not Ultramarines. Real quick, can you name a single character from Age of Sigmar? Just one. Let's see, there was What's-Her-Face. There was What's-His-Face. There was Evil What's-His-Face. There was What's-His-Face. There was that undead guy in Mission 4. Oh, God. Yeah, no, it was crap. It was crap. It was crap. I don't know what else to add to that. Metroid Other M. Now, this one I was actually torn because Metroid Other M, obviously everyone knows that it ruins Samus's character. What a lot of people don't remember is how bad all the other characters are in Other M, because there's actually a surprisingly large cast in Other M, and they all suck. Remember me? I actually do. His name's Anthony. But, and yeah, it completely ruined Adam from Fusion, so thanks for that. I also have to mention Star Wars Squadrons, a game whose story was so bad that we actually came up with a new Loreium for it. It's Squadrons Effect, or Squadron Syndrome, excuse me, where the gameplay's pretty solid, just skip the cutscenes, because the cutscenes are so bad. But, no, I mean, of course it's Starfield. Cast is everyone, right? Starfield... You can't quite see this, but all of these genericos wandering around are literally named, like, Citizen or Civilian. And they all say the same recycled stuff. But then you get into the actual, like, characters with a name. Whoa. And these characters with a name, man, they're so, like, they have names. They probably have character, maybe. Lord Harrimont made a comment earlier which so perfectly encapsulates what's going on with Starfield's cast. There's characters, they say things, and no information is conveyed. None of them have any real depth to them, or layers to them, or anything. I don't know. Yeah, there's just air. There's nothing there. There are... Now, in the interest of fairness, there are a couple of good characters. In fact, there are 3. Can you name them? Because there are 3 good characters in the entire game. And this is a game with a cast of hundreds, by the way. The parents, that's 2. And the fan, that's 3. That's it. That's all. No, you know what? I'm going to disagree. I disagree. There's also the guy played by... Oh god, what's his name? The voice actor guy from Oblivion, who's awesome. And hopefully is going to get better soon. I can't think of his name. Yeah, if you don't pick a certain character starting option, you never see those 3 characters, by the way, all 3 of them. But the 4th is I can't remember his goddamn name. That's actually going to bother me. Wes Johnson, thank you. There's one guy who is part of one side quest, and he is voiced by Wes Johnson, and he is a villain. Try to be shocked. And he is good exclusively because he is voiced by Wes Johnson. That needs to be mentioned. So we're up to 4. That's it. He's still talking. He's still talking. What are you saying? Is any information being conveyed here? No, of course it isn't. Like, we've had casts that are bad, like, say, Devil May Cry 2, or DMC is a good example of a bad cast. This is, like, a different level of bad, because they are so empty and vacuous that I legitimately had to come up with new ways to describe how bad these characters were. You remember that? Like, I was struggling to put into words how bad the characters were in this game. And yeah, the eyebrows are, of course, the best cast members, as you can tell. Best cast. Okay, what do we got? Now, nobody's gonna agree with me on this, and that's okay, because we had several good casts this year. We had Lunar, SSSC, which had a surprisingly good and interesting cast. It had one dip there for Jackass Face, who was Mr. One Note, I like women and drinking. But otherwise, they had a really good cast overall. Good NPCs, good villains, for the most part. I liked the side characters. I love the guy who just goes off and decides to become a merchant and helps us several times throughout the game. Good overall supporting cast. Twilight Princess. Zelda Twilight Princess. I mean, do I need to make my point here? Lots of good, memorable, interesting characters. Citizen Sleeper. Citizen Sleeper was an interesting one because most of the cast members in Citizen Sleeper are relatively, they have relatively low screen time. Like, they pop into your life and then they pop right back out of it, usually just as part of their one particular quest arc. But there were a lot of them, and they were all good. So, Star Trek Resurgence, which I just mentioned. Again, while there were issues with that game, and by God they were, the cast was not one of them, and we'll be revisiting this in the future. And finally, I also have to give special mention to Pentiment. I was really, really tempted to put Pentiment as the winner for this one, so I should probably mention FF16 first. So then there's FF16. FF16 didn't win Best Cast because it has too many bad characters, in my opinion. Notably, like, the entire the villain's cast, like, everyone who is an antagonist is just vacuous and awful, with like one or two exceptions. But nevertheless, FF16 did overall still have a good cast. And then Pentiment, which just popped. Pentiment had lots and lots of memorable, interesting characters who developed and had their own character arcs that had nothing to do with you, and it was just incredibly well written. But this is where y'all lose me, because the best cast from me of 2024... So, looking at it from the concept of cast, which is the best overall quality and quantity. In other words, lots of characters, and lots of good characters. And that is Paper Mario 2. Every single chapter has dozens of good characters. Memorable, interesting. Most of them have a degree of being fleshed out. They have character arcs. A lot of them come back in future chapters. This game actually has an even larger cast than Starfield, which is saying something. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Like, and you have the crowd. You have the freaking crowd, which I know the crowd counts as one character for all intents and purposes, but still, the fact that they made a crowd as a gameplay mechanic and made them animated and fleshed out and did stuff with them as a character says all it needs to. Paper Mario 2 lives and breathes cast. Yeah, I only gave one character negative to the entire game, and that was for Grodus. Think about that. Enemies have characterization in this game, for God's sakes. Random-ass enemies. I stand by it. Anyways. So now we go into specifics. Side character. I couldn't come up with a worst side character. I tried. But I only came up with 4. I'm even going to tell you what all 4 of them are. It was Kyle, that's the asshole from Lunar, SSSC. Ragna from Wargroove, you don't even remember who that is. Melly from Arceus, you don't remember who that is. And of course, the Deleter from Metroid Other M. Because side characters is the idea, I think of it in terms of emphasis and screen time, kind of a combination of both. So like Dion, for example, in FF16 doesn't have a lot of screen time, but he's too important to be a side character, so he doesn't count. So it has to be someone who is a side character, someone you only see for a little bit off to the side. And those 4 were all I came up with for worst. Midna, for example, is Midna? What? Midna's main character. No, exactly! The Deleter. I was going to give it to the Deleter, but again, I just didn't come up with enough examples to really qualify. So, yeah, Quiet Robe would also not be a side character. I'm not sure Dread has any side characters, actually. So instead, we're going to go with best side character. We had lots of options for that one. I decided to limit myself to only 1 per game, which, trust me, was a lot harder to do than it sounds. Lots of good characters this year. Balio and Sunder from Breath of Fire 3. I'm counting both of them as 1. Technically a main character. That's actually really asterisky, but it's weird how incredibly hateable they are while still being just what they should be as a side character. And they push so much of the initial plot and are directly tied into one of the actual main plots of Breath of Fire 3. Hi, Evo. I actually mentioned him earlier. Ramus from Lunar, SSSC. He's the guy who becomes the merchant, becomes a shopkeep. Great side character, great supporting character. Probably the most interesting character in that whole game for me, no joke. Our parents in Starfield. Don't look at me like that. They are goofy, dorky. They have their own backstory. They have their own like desires and hopes and dreams. They can go on vacations and you can interact with them in various courses of the level. They are supportive and loving, and they really want to kind of like push, but not too hard. Yeah, they're weirdly wholesome. And yeah, and they picked freaking Kira and Tuvok to voice them. See you around, Mr. Red. Like, I'm sorry, great side characters. Eliza from Deus Ex Human Revolution. In case you don't remember who that is, that's the AI woman. She, once again, definition of a side character. She only really gets screen time once for one cutscene, but we do see her a few times in the background, and we do get some interesting insight into her and how she operates and what it's like being an AI. I also have to give special mention to Alexa Carlisle. This is someone who arguably, this is another asterisk-y one because she could be argued to not be a side character, but I love how much work they put into characterizing someone who's a target. She's the old woman who's effectively in charge of the evil organization in Hitman 3, if you're wondering. I also want to mention Charon. That's the merchant woman in FF16, who is awesome. I actually don't have much else to add to that. Charon is pretty much exactly what you'd want from grumpy old woman, and they still managed to have, they still managed to flesh her out and do a lot with her, and that's awesome. You're kidding. Von Falkenstein. Jesus Christ. People are dumb. And I'm going to also have to give credit to, and I don't remember how it's surprised, Attilia Kemperin. Now, you're probably thinking, who? That's the old woman in Act 1 of Pentiment. One of the women you could blame for the murder. She's the pagan woman who likes the old ways, and her husband, right? Yeah. She is weirdly well fleshed out for someone who pretty much by definition does not have a lot of screen time or a lot of relevance to things. But then again, it's Pentiment. They're all fleshed out. As I said, the hardest thing I had for this was I was trying to limit myself to just, yes, play to all, to just one character per game, because otherwise I'd be here all day. There's a lot of good side characters this year. I mean, FF16, Hitman 3, and Pentiment alone are just a bucket of great characters. But I'm going to give it to one, and once again, I'm about to lose Lord Harriman, because for me, the best character of 2024, side character, oh god, he's off screen. Here, it's this guy. It's this dorkhead. Bowser has been more and more characterized over the years in various works, starting with the Super Mario World comic all the way back in the 90s, early 90s. But I legitimately think that this right here, Paper Mario 2R, and I do stress R because they changed his dialogue in several places and made him even better. I legitimately think that this is peak Bowser. Thing is, he is the definition of a side character in this game. He is just here to be like a little silly side thing periodically for these, Paper Bowser sections and these Mario 1 homages. And just to occasionally be like 2 or in some cases 3 steps behind Mario in whatever he's doing. He is hysterical. He is awesome. He is well characterized. He's fantastic. This is quite literally peak Bowser. I was actually very torn on this one because is side character? But no, he is. He is a side character here, and he's the best side character of this year. I'm sorry, it's amazing. I don't know what else to add to that. Moving on. So, best major character. Once again, I could not think of enough bad major characters to qualify. I came up with Adam from Other M, Jill from FF16, and Hugo from FF16. And I couldn't go past that. I couldn't come up with another major character I thought was bad. So I stopped there. it would be Adam, if you're wondering. So instead we go with best major character. Major is obviously a step up, right? Not main. Main's above this. Major is a character with significance and or screen time. Hugo could have been a great villain. So we had, once again, lots of good major characters. In no particular order. No, Clive isn't a major character. He is a main character. 3 layers. I didn't come up with this. Hollywood did. Don't look at me. So, the entire squad in Republic Commando. This is kind of a gimme, but, honestly, yeah, they're all pretty good, and I like most of them. I was really, really torn on this, so let's just skip over the one I was torn on. I know I usually, not yet, Evo. I don't like to pick more than one per game, but FF16 had a really good cast. So we've got Byron, that's your uncle. We've got Dion, that's Bahamut. And we've got Gav. I'm sorry, all 3 of those are phenomenal major characters. Holy crap. I was extremely torn, I gotta say. I also gotta give special mention to Abbot Gernot. He's from Pentiment. He is the evil landlord over in Pentiment. I'm just gonna say it that way. And we also have Gunther. Gunther was pretty much the only good character in Iron Harvest, but he was actually pretty cool. I liked him quite a bit. I was also very, very, very torn here because we had so many good choices. You're once again, you're going to disagree with my choice, but I came very, very close to picking either Gav, who was just or Portal 63. Everyone in chat's like, what? Portal 63 is in Star Trek Resurgence. That's actually all I'm going to say because it's actually a spoiler. But all I'm going to say is, wow, I was not expecting that. Came out of absolutely nowhere, and it's just, he was the best character in the whole game. I'm sorry. What the hell? Or my actual pick for Best Major Character of 2024... Samuel Hayden. Now, this is specifically in Doom 4. But everything about Hayden was just perfect. Yes, you notice I keep emphasizing specifically 4. Samuel Hayden here is near perfect. He is... This is actually his theme too. He's oh my god, I don't even know where to go. Let me just say he is very well animated. His backstory is appropriately creepy with just the right amount of terror to it. And he's voiced by Darren DePaul. And if you know me, you know I am a colossal fan of Darren DePaul. Yeah, he is 100% a villain who is on our side. And he is so intimidating in all the right ways. This man allows Doom Guy into his personal private office, which is defended. There's a bit of storytelling here. Sorry for spoiling a little bit, but there's a little storytelling. You notice how clean this office is? The whole facility is covered in blood and corpses and demons, and his office is pristine. Because right outside the door, and I didn't show this in this footage, is the defensive equivalent of Fort Knox. Nothing has gotten in here because he has not allowed it. They don't say that. Nobody, at no point in time does a narrator say, nobody can get in because he's so powerful. No, they don't need to say that because they just show it. It is, oh God, it's so good. It's so good. Sorry. Really, this is so frustrating me because I was, like I said, I was really torn between Portal 63, Gav, and Hayden. All 3 of them are just knock it out of the park, major cast members. But the voice actor is what pushed me just a little bit past the line for Hayden. Way better story than Eternal, which is funny because Eternal had much higher story focus. But anyways, main villain. I actually had enough for worst main villain. Let's see where we got main villain. So we have spoilers from Pokemon Arceus, who was badly designed, badly written, and honestly really, really disinteresting. Grodus from Paper Mario 2. Yes, I know he's not the final boss, but he is absolutely the main villain. The only character in the entirety of Paper Mario 2R who got a negative to story. I don't need to add anything to that. Yuga from Link Between Worlds. Now I gotta explain this. First of all, Yuga is an empty piece of cardboard character, right? He's nothing. But what's really frustrating is as I was digging into the behind the scenes in preparation for the run, I found out that Yuga wasn't supposed to even exist. The other main villain was supposed to be the main villain, no spoilers. And because they changed their mind and wanted to have someone else, Yuga was basically invented. And so the way the whole game works is the other character is the main villain for like the whole game. But then at the last minute, Yuga's like, ha, it's me. I was behind everything all along. Frustrating. The Hunter. How many of you know who I'm talking about before I say it? What game is The Hunter from? Starfield. That's right. The reason I call them The Hunter is because who they are depends on your playthrough. Now that sounds like a cool idea, doesn't it? A procedurally generated main villain. Oh wait, no, that sounds terrible. And as a consequence, the Hunter has no character at all. Just like everything else in Starfield. Because they have to be someone based on who you are. So they got different actors in the booth to voice the lines, but the lines are smeared across all of them. Yeah, it's just cool. That's it. No, you're thinking of the other one, Fun Function, who I can't think of. I think. Oh, God. Now I gotta look this up. Hang on. Making me look stuff up. Hang on. Hit the stream breaks. There is... Oh, it's not even listed here. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. You are actually right. I am thinking of the Emissary. My bad. So, sorry. Not the Hunter. The Emissary. Either way, the Hunter's garbage and the Emissary are garbage. They're both garbage. I know. Characters in Starfield being garbage. Film at 11. Crimson 1. I know a lot of people like Crimson 1 because he is so pathetic. I couldn't bring myself to. I really felt that he was shoving his way into the narrative too many times in ways that actually aggravated. He's from Project Wingman. And we were talking about this as we were going through. Like, he just kept getting away with things and somehow having... Like how is he even here? It's not like he can just... A JRPG where he can just walk out and do his thing. He has to get in a plane and have, like, all the people... Think about how many dozens, if not hundreds of people are involved in launching a plane for a second. Fueling, checks, repairs, maintenance, parts. Get on the comps. No, he's just... Whatever. Yeah. Pixie. Wish.com Pixie, exactly. Then I also have to give special mention to Captain Teresa Carrill. Everyone in chat. Who? She is the main villain of Star Wars Squadrons. Anyways. But ultimately, all of these paled compared to one other one for me. So you notice there's no footage of the actual villain in question here. And I don't intend to show footage of the actual villain here. But FF16's main villain... I'm going to admit something. Rax knows this. I walked in knowing a couple of spoilers about this character. Only a couple. And I was not super impressed. But I was like, you know what? I'm trying to divorce myself from that. I want to walk into this with an open mind. I want to see what they actually do with it. And I saw what they did with it. I was not impressed. It was... Now, it's barely a character, you're right. And then they kind of, like they come really close to getting to something that would have been interesting. Because they almost characterize Ultima as being... Sorry, I didn't mean to say the name. As alien. Like, actually alien. Like, just dissonant and disconnected. And that could have worked, and then they didn't do that. They threw it all out the window, and it's just like, why? It's also worse because it completely... Yeah, I was about to say, the mere existence of this character actually ruins several other characters, including who should have been the main villain, Barnabas. We were talking, as we were playing through it, how relatively easy it would be to restructure the narrative to eject the main villain from existence entirely and just make Barnabas the main villain. It barely even changes his motives. That's just... really, really, really disappointing there. But that's okay, because now we have to talk about best main villain. And once again, we have several options here. I have to mention Olivia from Doom 4, who is just the right amount of horrifyingly creepy while being pathetic. She's the exact opposite of Hayden. Hayden is this colossally huge, like, super mega death thing. He exudes intimidation. Hang on one second. He exudes intimidation. He didn't pick things, by the way. He is always on top of things. He always knows exactly what he's doing. And he is completely in control of every situation he's in. Olivia, like, walks around like she can barely move. And her entire outfit looks like she's organic, whereas his outfit looks cybernetic. The two contrast each other perfectly. And yeah, she's always on the back foot and just being manipulated and controlled by pretty much everyone around her. And yet she is, for all intents and purposes, the main villain of Doom 4 and does a great job of that. The Shadow Queen in Paper Mario 2. Now, hang on. I know I just mentioned that Grodus is actually the main villain of Paper Mario 2, and I stand by that. But I wanted to give special mention to the Shadow Queen because it's rare that you have this kind of no screen time or low screen time environmental villain and make them work. It's what I like to refer to as the Sauron thing, right? Sauron doesn't have a lot of focus or screen time in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but you always feel him there. And that's the same thing they actually managed with the Shadow Queen. Is that, yeah, she's the Lavos. Exactly. Lavos is another perfect example of that. There's just this thing in the background, and you get little snippets every now and again. Just little snippets, nothing fancy. And then when she finally shows up, she actually sticks the landing. She is exactly as horrifying as that kind of environmental threat should be. I also have to give special mention to the Goose from Untitled Goose Game. But that's a meme. I do have to mention, I actually really like the Constant in Hitman 3. The Constant was great. Hitman 3 had such great characters. The Constant was... The thing I loved most about the Constant, I'm just going to say one thing, is that he was a low-tier working-class guy who crawled his way up despite the old money nobility who were in charge of the organization, and then won. I like that. I also have to give special mention to Ganondorf. Now, I know you're going to say, which one? But as a reminder, there's only really one. But I will specifically give mention to the Ganondorf from Ocarina, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess. That Ganondorf, the trilogy Ganondorf, ooh, I know that not everyone agrees with me on this, but I have always loved that character in those three games, and they did some great stuff with him in all three. Now, I would like people to do me a favor, and I know you just mentioned the main villain of FF16. Do me a favor and don't say this character's name if you know it, okay? Because I'm going to show you unrelated footage from Pentiment. Pentiment has the best main villain, in my opinion. And I can't even go into details of why, because it is a colossal spoiler. There is no way to walk around this. There's actually several antagonists in Pentiment, but the main... No, he's isn't it? But the main villain of Pentiment is so good. He's just the worst kind of human being. And he's... Yeah, exactly. He is so amazingly realistic. Not believable, realistic. He is a disgustingly... It's the horse, sorry. He is a disgustingly terrible human being, and is at the root of pretty much everything that's gone wrong throughout the course of the game. There's plenty of horrible, evil people in this game. It's an Obsidian game, of course there is. But, man, holy crap, this one impressed me. Also, sorry, I forgot to mention. There's a lot of good main builds. I also mentioned Zeralja from Dawn Trail, and I forgot to mention Zant from Twilight Princess, who arguably qualifies for main villain status as well. Oh, me too, Hazardous. Me too. Yeah, no, it's just whew, wonderful, wonderful. You should play this game if you like really, 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 really good narratives with a surprisingly interesting gameplay layer. I'll tell you right now, the gameplay layer of Pentiment, I'm about out of footage here. The gameplay layer of Pentiment is actually easy to describe. It's a time management sim. You have X time to take actions, and there is not enough time to do all the actions. Pick and choose. That's the gameplay. There's other layers to it, but that's the primary gameplay loop right there. The overwhelming majority of focus is on the narrative side, and I do recommend it just for the narrative. It's a great game. Don't sleep on it. So, main characters. So now we're over to the main cast here. We definitely had enough for worst main character this year. We had Adam Jensen. Don't look at me like that. First of all, this is specifically to be very clear, this is specifically in Human Revolution. He does a lot better in Mankind Divided. Yeah, the voice acting, he himself has admitted his own voice acting was shaky. They did it in different chunks, like here and then months and then here, right? And that's there's also the problem with, as a character, he's actually two completely separate and non-compatible characters depending on the scene. He also falls into I'm too stupid so that plot can happen way too often. There's too many scenes where Jensen has all the information at his disposal, and keep in mind this is a really good cop who is a security major who then who is an idiot just so that things can happen. It's really frustrating. He is a much better character in Mankind Divided. Anyways, the player in Starfield. This is kind of a meme answer, I'm not going to lie. But honestly, we're nothing in Starfield. And I know what you're saying. Isn't that true for all BRPGs? I'd say it depends based on the specific one. But I have never felt more detached or vacuous as a character than in Starfield. Mercia from Wargroove. Now, I know you're going to hate me for this because I know a lot of you like anime, and I know a lot of you like I forget what it's actually called, but it's the stupid main character thing. The stupid but, like, good-hearted main character. You know the archetype. That can work. I have seen that work. I can actually think of several characters of that archetype that I enjoy. Mercia is how you do that bad. Mercia is how you completely screw that up. She was a moron. And she never got better. There's no arc there. Like Wuklamot, if you remember, I actually didn't like Wuklamot originally because of this problem, because she was just too aggressively stupid and too irritating. She grew out of that. She had a character arc, she got better, and then she got positives because she was good by the end of the game. Mercia is just bad top to bottom. I also have to mention Lyndon Javes. Nobody knows who I'm talking about. He's the main character of Star Wars Squadrons. And if you don't remember, he's the guy who was with the Empire, and then the Empire was like, hey, go kill some civilians. And he's like, what? I have to kill civilians? I never knew the Empire was evil. I should rebel. And then he joins the rebellion. Moron. But then there's also... This actually hurts me. Zelda. From Tears of the Kingdom, specifically. Hear me out for a moment. Zelda is smart. Like, she's a sage. She's a scholar. Her whole shtick in the whole franchise is wisdom, but in Breath of the Wild specifically, her whole shtick is that she has been doing research on ancient tech. She's been trying to understand it. She's trying to utilize it. She's the reason you have the Sheikah template. She's the reason that resurrection table even works. She's got a freaking brain. Then Tears of the Kingdom shows up, and she is suddenly a moron, so that people can explain concepts to her, so she can be an exposition receptacle for us. Destroys what was actually a character I liked. Aggravating. Tears of the Kingdom Zelda. No, thank you. Yeah, we had to make her the Zelda again. However, you know who the worst main character of 2024 is. How do you take someone and ruin her this hard? And do so unapologetically. I talked about this as we were covering it. Every interview given since has indicated that this is what they wanted and this is how they wanted it. This is not a mistake. This is not a screw up. This is not like they had production issues or they had a rushed budget. This is the Samus they wanted. And this is how you ruin a good character. It's not like Samus was like the best character ever. But she still had characterization, even before this game, and obviously after it. Yeah, this is not one dev deciding to screw over a franchise. We'll see that more when we get to BFA soon. This is how you ruin an iconic character. Deliberately. Jesus Christ. Anyways, positivity. Best main character. Once again, we had a bunch of options this year, like quite a few. In no particular order, Samus Aran. This was actually tough for me because I tried to limit myself to only one game, even though we covered several franchises. But if I had to pick a specific game, Metroid Dread. Samus is great in Metroid Dread. Surprisingly well characterized, very well done. She even talks. She's awesome in Dread, but didn't quite win. Sam Fisher, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. I am shocked at how much I liked Sam. In fact, while there was a decent overall cast, Sam just kind of took it home for me when I was playing through Splinter Cell. He was just the right type, like just the right blend of professional and silly. Just actual silly, straight up telling jokes and being weird. And of course, Michael Ironside nails it. So, duh, right? The Slayer, specifically from Doom 4. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I just mentioned this with Samus Aran, but the Slayer in Doom 4 is very well characterized without having a single line of dialogue. He's actually pretty well characterized in Doom 5 as well, if I'm being honest. He does have one word of dialogue in Doom 5. But, yeah, textbook excellent silent protagonist. That is how you characterize someone without saying anything. Andreas Pentiment. Andreas is such an Obsidian character. He is there's so many layers to him. He is so flawed. He is not always in the right. He can screw up and make mistakes, but at all points in time, he is constantly feeling the need to get involved and push through things and get over his trauma, and he's great. He is a very sympathetic, flawed, Obsidian main character. Agent 47. I was actually torn on this one. But I do think that Agent 47, this is a little bit of a meme, but I still find him interesting as a character. I still think they do good stuff with him. I still think the way they develop him across the Hitman trilogy, which, remember, all counts as part of Hitman 3, as we covered it. So the way his character moves from Hitman 1 to 2 to 3 of the recent trilogy, yeah, absolutely. And again, they really develop him in Hitman 3 in particular. Link from Twilight Princess. Speaking of silent protagonists, it's 3 silent protagonists so far here that are well characterized. Twilight Princess Link is one of the very, very, very few Links that actually has character to him, that is actually developed. Agreed, Hazardous. And I like what they do with him. I like his connection with Midna. I like his connection. They give Link character when he's a frickin' wolf. I don't know what else to add to that, right? But for me, the actual best main character of 2024... I have to admit, I'm a little biased on this one, and I'm just going to admit that straight up. But Link from Wind Waker is extremely well characterized pretty much from the moment he shows up. It's actually the second scene is when he starts to actually get fleshed out as a character. He has most of what Twilight Princess Link has going for him. A little bit worse animation, but better expression, if that makes any sense. But it's his actions that really push him forward for me. This actually scene that I'm showing right here, it's very, very early in the game, and I'll actually skip forward just to get to it. Here we go. So we get to this part where there's his sister, and I don't know how to really put this, because I just kind of like this. We aren't the chosen one at all. By every definition and by every retcon that's ever come out after this game, we still remain not the chosen one. But we are sufficiently stupid. No, I mean that. Hang on. That when we see our sister kidnapped, what's the first thing we do? Without hesitation, without thought, immediately go rushing to save her. And nearly die for our efforts. Courage doesn't mean smart. And I kind of like how they portray this Link as someone who absolutely is the embodiment of courage, and all that that means, good and bad. And the fact that he grows into being this hero. Yeah, exactly, Lord Hermon. He was willing to do some really dumb crap. Just like 2 scenes after this, he gets fired out of a cannon into the freaking thing. And he knows exactly how dumb that is. Yeah, this is a good example of the Sora. He is universally a good person. And an idiot. And I love it. I love what they do with Wind Waker Link. Actually, yeah, Kiryu. If we had covered the Yakuza game this year, Kiryu's another example of this. Anyways, so... moving on. So worst overall character. So no category, no nothing. Just a single individual character that is just the worst. I'm actually going to find this. Here we go. So I was actually really torn on this one. This one bothered me. There's the Hunter from Starfield. There's Melly from Arceus. There's Junior Troopa from Paper Mario 1. There's Nash from Lunar. There's the main villain from FF16. I'm just kind of rushing over these because a lot of these are characters I've already talked about. But also, it's because this is such a gimme. You know another way that you ruin a character? You have them constantly talk about all of their personalities and motivations and emotions out loud in a completely dull, emotionless voice. As you can tell, simply by looking at this game, I was reminded of how bad it was that Samus was explaining herself to me. This made me feel sad. This was a character that I liked from a series that I am rather fond of, and as such, that bothers me that it is not good. It could have been good, and it isn't. I mean, they just... I'm sorry, I really didn't want to double up on Samus here, but they ruined Samus so hard, that this bypassed my own personal rule of not trying to double down, and I just had to give it to her, because she is the worst character of 2024. God, just what do you think? Best character. So, best character overall. You're all gonna hate me for this one. So we had a lot of great characters from this year. A lot of great characters. So just running through a few here. We have Samus Aran from Metroid Dread. We have the Slayer from Doom 4 and 5 and 1 and 2. We have Thomas. He was the father, head of the local church in Pentiment. We have Ravenbeak in Metroid Dread. We have Ganondorf from Ocarina and Wind Waker and Twilight. We have Zant. I know a lot of people don't actually like Zant. I got some feedback for that. But Zant is really good for me. I'm sorry. I really like Zant as a character. He's one of those funny things because we know from a behind-the-scenes perspective that Zant was actually an accidental character. They didn't mean for him to be as amazing as he was. He just kind of stumbled into that because they had two character concepts and they kind of blurred them well. One of the few times where that actually works out. Bowser from Paper Mario 1 and Paper Mario 2. Enough said. As I just mentioned, he is literally peak in the RPGs, and the peak of Bowser is Paper Mario 2. So, Sphene from FF14 Dawn Trail. Of all of the things that I had issues with towards the end of Dawn Trail, that's not one of them. she was exactly what I wanted out of that particular villain. And it was wonderful the way they did it. And the way they tied in the theme of FF9 without literally connecting to FF9 with her. She was just as much of a victim as anyone else. Bakul Jaja, also from Dawn Trail. Don't need to explain that one. And a little bit of a meme, but at the same time, kind of not, the Loa of Korn. I believe his name is actually Corn Servant from FF14 Dawn Trail. I say unironically that those side quests were the best side quest FF14 has had in years. I am not actually being facetious. It was weirdly good. It was just very, 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 very down-to-earth quests about food and how much of an impact food can have on someone's life, on someone's mood, and how they're dealing with things. Delivering sustenance to those in need. Yeah. With it. I hope we see more of the Loa of Korn in the future. However, there is one other character that just edged out the rest for best overall character of 2024 for me. No, it's not Torgal. It's not Clive either. It's Sid. Ralph Ineson adds so much to Sid. Just wow. There was some really good voice acting in general in FF16, but he managed just the right blend of like the cynic who has hope. I don't know how better to explain that. I know that's contradictory, but that was Sid. Yes, I actually had Melkor Blade. He's also in Diablo 4. But no, he just, man, he was an interesting character. He had an arc, arguably 2 arcs. He had layers, he had depth, he had a great voice actor, he had great chemistry with so many other people, he was very well animated. He was exactly what he needed to be, and he slid into that slot perfectly. Similar to what I mentioned earlier with Samuel Hayden, Sid was functionally perfect. And I don't know what else to add to that. Also, I'd let him take me behind the shed. I'm sorry. Okay, so, moving on. Yeah, he knows the world is awful. Like he even has, his whole original story is like, I want to make a world where people can die the way they want to. That is such a cynical way of looking at that, you know? So you guys added a category this year for Best Pet. To my surprise, I actually came up with several options, so I decided to go ahead and give you my Best Pet. So first of all, we have Bow Wow from Link's Awakening R. We have Link from Twilight Princess. Now think about it for a second. We have Torgal from FF16. He didn't win it for me because he was a little bit ruined by one cutscene. You know the one. It's the one with Jill. And of course, Puppy from Ruiner, which is a little bit of a meme again, but still kind of counts because we're totally a pet there. But the actual best pet for me for this year of 2024 is Caesar. Caesar was a weird breath of fresh air in an otherwise terrible game. He was such an interesting character, we decided to make an entire... When we went and started making with the editor, every mission we made was dog-oriented because Caesar was just kind of that engaging. He has an entire side arc in the campaign, which is the only good side quest series in the entire game, which is worth a damn. And it's just this whole story about how Caesar is going after these bandits, and they're like, it's just this back and forth of these bandits trying to make a living, and Caesar being Caesar and being a good dog. He also, unironically, has the best ability for those who don't know, each of the commanders has their own special ability, their own groove in this. And I really liked Caesar's groove. I forget what it is right now off the top of my head, but it was really good. Anyways. This boy. So, most punchable character. Now, I knew exactly who this was before I even actually picked it, but let me explain this a little bit. Because most punchable character is a little bit different than worst. Most punchable character can be a character you like, right? It can be a character who you enjoy. What's her name? The evil woman who's religious in DS9. I can't think of her damn name. Oh my God! Someone help me out here. I'm mind blanking. Kai Wynn, thank you. Kai Wynn is a perfect example of a character. I like her a lot as a character, but very punchable, right? Yeah, Annabella, FF16. So there's one of my picks this year. And of course we have the Landlord in Pentiment, which is another excellent example of this. If we had covered Dragon Age this year, excuse me, we could have had Solus. Still a good character, I will acquiesce, but, very punchable. So punchable is like the step right below get off my screen. They're just enjoyable enough that you just want to slug them, but they're still a good character, and you still like slugging them, right? You like. Ugh. So for me, it's actually Junior Troopa. Now, I know what I just said. But Junior, you can't even see him on the screen yet. He's going to be here. This guy. This guy's Junior Troopa. The guy on the right, not Mario. I know it's hard to tell the difference between the two. Yeah, he's a rival who's supposed to be funny and isn't. And he's really irritating in a fight. Like, actually irritating in a fight. But he's very, very punchable. And every time he shows up, I just kick his ass as mercilessly as I possibly can. Screw him. He's even football shaped. Perfect. I was thinking about Melly. Because Melly's another good one for punchable. Or puntable. The most punchable WoW character? Illidan. Alright, so. Worst voice acting. Did I have a worst voice acting this year? I did. So, okay. You guys picked voice actors individually. I picked voice acting the whole game. Slight variance, just getting that across. So, the worst voice acting across the board. So we have... I was actually very, very torn on this. So we've got Lunar, which wasn't great, to put that as nicely as I can. We had Age of Sigmar, which, if you remember, had really just generically bad voice acting. Just, I don't know what they were actually thinking about there. It's just, what? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I'm building it up. I'm sorry. It's not Starfield. I really thought about this. Because it's one of two things for very different reasons. Because Starfield has extraordinarily empty voice acting. It has people reading lines. There's no acting on display, right? Unless you're one of the 4 good characters. Now, the reason I bring this up is because this was the other thing that tilted it. Because there are 4, and only 4, good voice actors in Starfield. But you know a game that didn't have any good voice actors? It's worth noting that while Samus herself is garbage voice acting. No offense to the woman. I've actually looked this up. She's done some good voice acting outside of this. It is 100% the voice directions problem. But Samus is garbage tier voice acting in this game. And also, so is everyone else. Everyone is badly directed in this game. everyone sounds terrible in this game. And none of like, the bad dialogue doesn't actually help. But, oh my god. They walked away from voice acting in this series almost explicitly because of this. Because they had so much voice acting for Samus. She talks constantly in this game. Other M, am I right? Anyways, best voice acting. Once again, going for the whole game. The whole thing. So best voice acting. Like, I was pretty torn, Lord Harriman, like I said. Doom 4. Doom 4 has only really 2 voice actors when it boils down to it, but holy crap, they both are amazing. It's the woman who voices Olivia and Darren DePaul who voices Hayden, and they are both perfect. FF14 Dawn Trail. No, I stand by it. There's some good overall voice acting in Dawn Trail. Of course there is. The overwhelming majority of the voice actors are people who've been doing the job for years and know exactly what they're doing. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Now, I'm going to be honest, the main reason this one isn't higher on the list for me is because it's all Michael Ironside. But I have to give credit to Michael Ironside for carrying, just carrying the voice acting on his back. Because he's legit. He is absolutely legit the whole game, top to bottom. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention Hitman 3. Hitman 3 actually has an inordinate quantity of voice acting. It's almost all side characters, people just saying little tidbits as you're roaming through the stages. But even if we just focus on the main plot stuff, the Constant, as was mentioned earlier, was carried in many ways by his extraordinarily creepy way of not quite enunciating and speaking with just the wrong cadence. And it sounds wrong. It doesn't even sound alien like they did over in FF16. He just sounds wrong. And of course, Agent 47, who manages a weirdly good amount of charisma for that. And of course, Diana. Yeah, exactly, Mortal. Just, whew. But at the end of the day, for me, there really was only one choice here. Final Fantasy XVI has many issues, and many things that pull me out of the game, and many things that make me go, oh, get on with it. But I'm sorry, voice acting is not one of those. Name a bad voice actor in FF16. Name one bad voice actor in FF16. Trick question. There aren't any. They're all good. Random nobles, sidecast characters, guards. No, Jill is still well voice acted. She's a bad character, but she's well voice acted. Ben Starr, knocking it completely out of the park. Ralph Ineson, we mentioned him earlier, as Sid. Even the actor who voices the main villain is really, really good at managing that perfectly alien, creepy vibe, like we talked about earlier. Hugo? No, yeah, like, the cast in this game is S tier. It is some of the best voice acting and voice direction I have seen in an extraordinarily long period of time. This might actually be, like, of the decade range for best cast, for best voice acting, excuse me. Yeah, Benedicta, oh, no. And of course, Twitface right there. Even the dog was well voice acted, 100%. Yeah, no. Easy pick. Easy pick. Great voice acting. Great job with that. So we're obviously well into the story axis now. We're starting to wind up. So let's talk about music direction. Okay. So this is specifically music as used from a story axis. Now, I noticed you guys didn't think of it that way, but that's how I do this. The idea is, this is how the music emphasizes the narrative axis. So for worst music direction, we've got... We've got several things, and I kind of thought about ejecting this because I didn't have 5. So I broke my own rules, and I gave it to... This is specifically Breath of the Wild. I'm sorry. They even fixed this in Tears, remember? It was actually a comment I made. Breath of the Wild had the worst music direction I've seen in a long time. I know a lot of people say it emphasizes the empty, lonely nature of the world. It absolutely doesn't for me. It just constantly makes me think that I am playing... The songs are great. Remember, there's good music in this game. But, like, the song that's playing right now, which actually plays during the intro, is a good song. But what actually happens as you're roaming the world is you hear nothing. And then you hear a couple of notes. And then you hear nothing. And then part of a song will play. And then you'll hear nothing. And there's just this huge, constant gap of empty, vacuous garbage. Followed by a song. Then no song. And then part of a song. And then no song. It's really irritating. It got so bad. Remember, there's no audio sliders in Breath of the Wild. It's all or nothing. So I couldn't even play my own music because otherwise Luneruth would yell at me for the fact that I had 2 songs playing at the same time. Because, you know, they would occasionally play a song. And it kept happening on stream where I would be like, okay, it's been like 5-10 minutes since any music has played. I'm going to just turn on some friggin' music. And then I would, and then a song would play. And I was so frustrated. Don't apologize, Luneruth. Because it's true, right? Like, it kept happening where I'm like, I would like to hear something, please. And I'd put something on, and then the music would play. Screw you, Breath of the Wild. Let's talk music direction good. Best music direction. So we had several here. Again, music to emphasize scene, music to emphasize story axis. Metroid Fusion. GBA sound chip isn't exactly great, so a lot of the music in Metroid Fusion is not super fantastic. But the usage of it is actually pretty solid. It does absolutely add to the vibe and feel of the biomes, of the creepiness of being stalked. Yes. Metroid Other M. One of the only good things I am ever going to say about Metroid Other M is the music direction. If you somehow were capable of muting the voices and just watching the game with just text, you'd probably actually enjoy the story axis better. Granted, the dialogue is still terrible, the cutscenes are still terrible, and the gameplay's still terrible. But Other M actually does have a pretty good soundtrack, and it uses it pretty well. If you've ever heard me play random Metroid music, the most common songs you hear are from Prime 1 specifically, and Other M. Star Trek Resurgence. This is actually kind of a weird one for me, but this goes back to like the atmosphere thing. Star Trek Resurgence had the most Star Trek soundtrack I've heard in years. It's all new music. It's all original stuff. But it's extremely Star Trek, right? It uses the same types of instruments. It uses the same kind of tones and beats. And yeah, it's exactly like KOTOR. That's exactly right, Mortal. It's style of, but completely new. No, like actual Trek, right? Like actual Trek music before they hit the wallpaper era. And then I also have to give mention to Breath of Fire 3, which manages some really great atmospheric music and does a great job of pulling you into the scene with the usage of said music. But the actual best for me, and I know this is going to cause some hackles. This song says all it needs to. That's why I'm just sitting here letting it play. Not nearly as high, Ross, no. Super soundtrack is weirdly good. It is also extremely atmospheric. It pretty much established the idea, which has been true ever since, that Metroid games have atmospheric music. This has been true in the Primes, it's been true in the GBA ones, like I just mentioned. It's true up to Dread. And I look forward to hearing it in Prime 4 as well. This is the game that established that norm for the franchise. Yes, 100%. Do you mind if I just indulge? Because I love the second verse of this. I love that so much. I'm sorry. I love this song so much. But again, music direction. Uses it extremely well. And it's not just, obviously, it's not just that song, the whole game. The whole game has incredible music direction. Even when you hit Turian and all you hear is weird blooping and bleeping and beeping in the background, it's just, yes. God, yes. Romance is the one Evo's been waiting for. Did I have enough for worst romance? Let's see. There it is. Okay. So, I know we had a lot of disagreements on this, but I was not a particularly big fan. They had to program a brand new sound font for it. They had to invent that sound font for it. Rex, sorry. Super Metroid, so good. So I have to give mention to Jill and Clive. I never felt Jill and Clive in FF16, not for 1 minute. That's not quite true. They did have one good scene, and ironically, it's the nude scene. And I find that funny because it's probably supposed to be titillating, but it actually turned out to be like a really good character scene and probably the only really good scene between the two. Because in every other scene, they just have like zero chemistry. They're just, what are you doing? But there is one worse romance for 2024. Everyone. Just everyone. I don't like to give worst romance to something like a romance option or like options. But the problem here is that Starfield's romance options are so vacuous, they're effectively procedural. You can romance half the main cast, and they're just like everything else in Starfield. In fact, I'm going to spoil something for you, because I don't give a damn. But if you don't want Starfield to be spoiled, this is your warning that you can spoil here. Whoever you romance, actually whoever you have the highest rep with, which is most likely to be the person you're romancing, is killed after the first major quest arc. What are you doing, Bethesda? Why would you give the player the option to romance someone and then near guarantee that that person is the one who dies? Nothing you can do about it, by the way. Why would you do that? What logic goes into that? What is the reasoning there? Like, yeah, that is literal death to romance. By the way, you like how a lot of these are just random shots of Starfield, because you try finding Starfield footage. It could, Von Falkenstein, that's true. That's true. Does that make it better somehow, magically? Does that improve the situation any? The answer is no. Oh my god. Do I recommend Starfield? Yeah, especially since you just got a brand new SSD. Quick, go use it immediately. All right. So, best romance. Okay. Believe it or not, we had just enough to actually pick this year. Just barely. We had... First of all, Kat and Ryu from Breath of Fire 2. The only person who's going to like that is Savacom, but I stand by it. One of the tiny little background things I like about Breath of Fire 2's story is that it really is the end of an era. Like a lot of Breath of Fire 2's theme is the past and tradition are screwing with things so hard, we need to adapt, we need to adjust. And there's been this whole thing with the Windians and the Dragon Clan, and it's a background element. You mostly see it during Nina's story arc. So instead of Nina being Ryu's love interest, it's actually Kat. And that kind of works weirdly well, especially when Kat is confronted with this. It's a nice little background thing. I don't want to give it too much credit. It's just, it impressed me with how good it is for an early SNES RPG. Then I have to mention Link and Zelda in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. No, I don't care what the creators say. Those two are a freaking couple. Like, I'm sorry, you will never make me think anything else of this one. Like, come on. It even is actually... I wanted to give it a negative, but I couldn't. Yeah, she literally lives in his house. I wanted to give it a negative, but I couldn't because we don't give negatives for things outside of a game. Because the game itself makes it pretty clear. Yeah, they too. Link and Zelda in Spirit Tracks. Another good combo. And of course, the Zelda in Spirit Tracks is actually pretty legit. So that's awesome. Link and Zelda in Skyward Sword. This is actually pretty cute. I actually, most of it's right at the beginning of the game because then Zelda literally leaves the narrative in the most literal way possible. However, I do actually think that when they do show them together, they're cute. It's a cute young couple. Thumbs up. But none of this actually works for me quite... Oh, yeah, also, sorry, thank you. I didn't even write this down, but you're absolutely right. Link and Midna. Why is that ending? But no, for me, the actual best romance, and you can make fun of it. I don't even think this is him, so forgive me. I had a really, really, really hard time finding footage of this. I spent like 30 minutes trying to find a shot, failed, and just gave up. I'm sorry. Because they have so little screen time, but I still think the best romance of 2024 is Dion and Terrence. I mean this. Just like Dion was just kind of legit every time he was on screen, Dion and Terrence just popped. The two of them just had amazing chemistry together, and every time they were on screen together, they were awesome. It was weirdly good. I don't even know how else to explain it. Again, it's that density thing, right? If a character only has one scene, you better use it pretty carefully and pretty particularly. But they did. There's this wonderful moment where Dion sends Terrence away. Yeah, it's a little loud. And Dion knows he's going to get himself killed. And Terrence knows he's going to get himself killed. And it's just so tender and understanding and wholesome. And it's awesome, and I love it. Best romance of 2024. Easy answer. Oh, special mention. Bonus special mention here. The nun and the father. I think not father. What's the name of a guy in a convent? Anyways, in Pentiment, you remember them? They both just kind of were like, yeah, we're not with the church anymore, and we're together now. They were cool. They were a good couple. I think monk is actually the correct term, but yeah, priest. Anyways, so now we're getting into the really big stuff. So, worst overall story. Once again, for me, this is easy. All I have to do is look at the story score. Yeah, Matilda, that was her. Hey, Creamy. So, worst overall story. Once again, I'm just going to go down the list. Age of Sigmar was negative 15. Metroid Other M was negative 63. And actually, this is out of date. Hang on. Because we have since covered the DLC, because you know what I'm about to say. At negative 98 to story. What do I need to say about this? Bad voice acting. Bad writing. Bad animation. Bad story structure. Bad pacing. Bad padding. Bad characters. Bad character arcs. Bad... Great visuals. Great visuals. Good doodads. Bad. I don't know what else to add to that. In fact, I'm already tired of looking at it. Except for his eyebrows. Look at his eyebrows as he talks to us. Yes, talk to me. Talk to me with your eyebrows. Yes, there they are! The eyebrows, yes! Oh my god, freaking Starfield. Best story. Once again, it's just a measure of numbers. We had a lot of story-positive games this year. Breath of Fire 3 at plus 39. Did I put these in order? I did, okay. So, Pentiment at plus 53. Super Metroid at plus 53. Metroid Dread, I didn't put these in order, at plus 48, excuse me. So these are out of order, my bad. Ocarina of Time, plus 48. Majora's Mask at plus 52. Zelda Wind Waker at plus 58. Zelda Twilight Princess at plus 80. And the thing nobody's going to agree with. Paper Mario 2R at plus 118. I don't even care. I did my due diligence on proving how good this story was, and somehow it is even better with a polishing pass on dialogue, additional animations, additional voice acting for the characters. This intro you're staring at right here, hang on. This is new. The dialogue here is the same, but this whole animation you're showing of the destruction of the city, this is new for the remake, excuse me. They did so much to add to an already great story to push this up into what I would call purple territory. Extra polish, extra layers, extra everything. Yes. This game's story popped. I know I've said this 3 or 4 times today. I highly recommend picking this game up if you have the availability and the interest. And maybe watch the Paper Mario 2 theater. Don't actually watch it. It's terrible. All right. Everyone's good but me. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Okay. So that was best story. Worst individual cutscene. Now, we had a lot to choose from here. We had terrible, terrible moments. We've got cutscene incompetence in FF14 Dawn Trail. I'm not spoiling, but you know the scene, because we spent like 30 minutes dissecting how bad it was. It's also strange, because they effectively do the same scene, but much better, like several hours later, right? And it's just like, what? I'm also going to give special mention to Starfield. Now, I didn't pick Starfield, because this is about one individual moment. Name one individual moment that's terrible about Starfield. Are any of them memorable enough to remember? Yeah. So no, I didn't pick Starfield, but special mention to Starfield, just everything. Annabella's final scene in FF16, as we talked about several times there, that aggravated me. It was supposed to be a catharsis scene, and it wasn't. And it just kind of flopped. And it tried to do several things, and yeah, it could have been so good. It was so close to being a great scene. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? I also want to mention, this is kind of cheating, but several individual scenes in the past in Tears of the Kingdom, where they ruined the story, frankly. They ruined Ganondorf. They ruined Zelda. Guck. There's also the call. Now, this, I was very, very close to picking this. I should skip over this. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the PTSD scene in Metroid Other M. On the off chance you care about spoilers, in Metroid Other M, there's a scene where Samus has this traumatic, PTSD moment while facing Ridley. It's the most infamous scene in that entire game, and for good reason. But if I'm being completely honest, it's not even the worst scene in that game for me. It's just memed on. Like Jar Jar Binks is bad, but he's not the worst part of Episode 1, in my opinion. We can go down from there. Which brings me to reacting to the call in Star Wars Squadrons. I was very, very, very close to picking this. Now, I'm sure like 99% of you didn't watch the Squadrons run, so let me try to lay this out for you. So, there's the main villain, and she's standing on the bridge of, I believe, a Star Destroyer. And she's speechifying to the air. Like, yes, I will win, and it'll be great, and I'll be awesome, and everything will be awesome forever. I don't remember what she's saying. It doesn't matter. It's a really dumb speech. And then she fires the super cannon, and the shot goes through space, and then a rebel ship warps in, intercepts the shot, and then it cuts to the, so already extraordinarily stupid, by the way. And then it cuts to the main character who's on the ship that just warped in, and he says, and he directly responds to what she said. Like if she said, "Tonight I will have pumpernickel," his response is, "You're not getting pumpernickel tonight." It is a direct reaction to what she said. On another ship, said to herself without comms on. He also doesn't say this with comms on, by the way. He just... Look at this scene. It is mind-bogglingly a bad cutscene, and I was very, very, very tempted to pick this. I was very torn between this and the one I actually picked for the worst cutscene. But the problem is the worst cutscene is ultimately even worse, and that is... So, here's the deal. We spent over an hour really dissecting how bad this scene is. So first, Samus is, like, hit from behind by some random-ass shot by Adam. For no reason, by the way. He shoots her, and it's like, it's played like, oh my god, he was the deleter, he was the betrayer. But no, he's actually not. He shot her so he can talk to her. That's what I do. I shoot people so I can talk. Hey, Giga. Alright, so let's chat now. And it disables her so hard, as you can see, she can't even manifest her suit because she is so disabled by this. He then gives this really lengthy speech about how she's this great, wonderful, amazing hero, and he's got to go save the day without her. And then he very, 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 very slowly walks away. She just barely doesn't get there in time, even while being disabled. And, like, again, just going through point by point is the only way to explain how artificially bad this is. In fact, I want you to see this. So I'm going to scooch up here so you can see the whole thing. And he gives, like, the iconic line, "No objections, lady." And he's going off to die dramatically to save the day. It's very dramatic, you see. And so she does the iconic thumbs down, which is very, very Samus, while sobbing about the loss of her father figure. We know he's her father figure because she told us that earlier in a really bad voice acting. Also, the voice acting in this whole thing is dumb, and it's, oh god, it's so bad. It's so bad. This is one of the worst cutscenes I've seen in gaming. Never mind last year. Easily worst cutscene of 2024. It's so stupid. And badly executed. Best cutscene. Let's get some positivity here, shall we? So, best cutscene. This is going to be a two-shift thing. My god. Best cutscene. Here we go. The good news is we had a lot of good cutscenes. I mean, Zelda and Metroid, of course, we had a lot of good cutscenes. But before we get to all the Zeldas and the Metroids, I want to mention the fighting back cutscene in Dawn Trail, FF14 Dawn Trail. It's the one I alluded to earlier. It's when they do the cutscene and competent scene, but better. And it you know, Vitra, right? It just sort of zigs in every way that the previous cutscene zagged. And it's got continuity. It's logical. It makes sense in universe. It uses the setting. It's great. It's great. Yeah, air support incoming. Huh? I also have to mention the Dupless switch in Paper Mario 2R. I'm not going to spoil this one, but let's just say that this is still a great moment, and it still pops. It's during Chapter 4. That's all I'm going to say. You know it if you know it. Speaking of trying to say cutscenes without actually spoiling, Clive embracing himself in FF16. That's probably, in my opinion, the best scene in that game. And that's a game with some damn good scenes. I was actually torn on picking a specific scene from because remember, I'm trying to limit myself to one scene per game. And that is, it's kind of a long cutscene because there's a boss fight kind of interspersed between it. But yeah, Clive embracing himself. Yes. The entire outro to Metroid Dread. It's so good, I made a short of it, or a clip of it, and I'm never deleting that clip. Karma's, yeah. Anyways, great scene, great follow through of the whole game. I also have to mention Cafe's quest line. It's a whole quest chain, so it's not quite a cutscene. But the quest chain's important because the conclusory scene in the final minutes of the final day, that's a hell of a moment. That is a hell of a scene. We're going to sit here and greet the dawn together. Holy crap. Also, the ending from LTTP. Honestly, the entire outro, but the ending from LTTP. That is a truly, truly rare example of having a happily ever after and freaking earning it. Remember, LTTP is an extremely dark game where everything is just constantly getting worse around you. Like the apocalypse is happening around you as you're playing through LTTP, and just nailing that ending. Ooh. Speaking of which, the entire outro for Wind Waker. I can't really talk about this one in depth. I had an entire section devoted to, like, after so much irritation and frustration and crap in Wind Waker, all of a sudden the outro was just amazing. Tears of the Kingdom, Blue Future Bowl. Just, whoa. I don't know how better to put that. The significance, the characterization for Ganondorf, the characterization for Link, the characterization for the king, the thematic core of Wind Waker, of letting go of the past, of moving on to the future, of being able to develop and adapt. It's so good. The outro to Zelda. Zelda has a lot of good outros, okay? What do you want from me? To Link Between Worlds, which, again, I don't want to spoil too much of, but once again, calling back to that idea of ruin and responsibility and understanding what to do and how to do it and earning it and the beginnings of getting better and just, oh my God. I was really torn, Rex. I was really torn. There's so many good scenes in FF16. So not the outro to Twilight Princess, which I actually give a negative. In fact, I give 2. But there's a scene where Zelda, it's right after Midna's Lament. The whole Midna's Lament sequence is fantastic with one notable exception. But the scene at the conclusory point of it is essentially perfect. Zelda gives the Triforce of Wisdom to Midna. The impact that has is immediate and obvious. No one has to exposit it. We just understand what's going on based on how the scene is presented, how it's shown. Midna understands what's going on. It's also a great character moment for Midna, and probably the only real character moment that Zelda gets. And then, when they do the follow-through, there's no big speech. Instead, Midna just looks at the castle, which is now sealed, clenches her fist, looks down at Link, and is like, all right. And they don't say anything. It's perfect. It is a perfect scene. But it still doesn't quite work for me as well as one other scene. And I know that I am the only one who likes this scene, this moment, so much. It's actually a moment. It's not a cutscene. You have spent the entire game in Super Metroid chasing the baby Metroid. After pretty much right towards the end of the game, after going through hell and heaven above, smashing your way through the depths of Norfair, you get past Ridley, and you find a shattered vial on the ground, and that's it. There's no dialogue. This music is actually the music that plays for the scene. There's no dialogue. There's no requirement. It's just there. It just sits and lets it breathe for the player to take whatever you want to from this. Yeah, it is the dread that Metroid is so good at. The implications of that are phenomenal. You'll notice you don't see Metroids in this game until after this moment. That has stuck with me for 30 years, and there's a reason for that. So, this is a category you guys suggested, most labor of love game. This is a fun one to talk about because it doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the game. Just the game that clearly had the most love and attention and affection, and just the developer really wanted to put out the best game that they possibly could. So there were some really fun ones here. I do actually mention One Shot in my own list here. Also, Yume Nikki was another game, the original, not R, the original, is a game that qualifies for most labor of love. I also included a couple ones that you might find interesting. For example, Starfield. Prove me wrong. By every metric, Starfield was their labor of love game. The one they spent, what was it, like 8 years or something putting together? It's damning, but it's true. Also, for more or less the exact same reason, Metroid Other M. A game that I think it's 4 separate companies worked on, and it had full backing, full support. Everyone put their best into it. Everyone did their best, and for literally ever since Other M came out, and Other M is an old game, it's a Wii game, Ever since Other M came out, this is not a joke. Ever since then, the developers have, well, I shouldn't say the developers, the main guy, whose name I can't think of right now, flat out stated, this is the Metroid I wanted to make. Which is why he hasn't been a lead of Metroid ever since. Also, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom, a game that they spent another year just working on the physics. Because they had to. Because they wanted to. Because they really wanted to pour themselves into that. Well, you're wrong, Blue Fusion Bolt. Prove me wrong. I'm kidding. So, yeah. Starfield, Metroid Other M, Yume Nikki. All games I didn't care for. Speaking of which, Star Trek Resurgence. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a labor of love game. 100%. I am not sure of that act. But I have never seen anything to indicate otherwise either. Like I said earlier, I believe the Starfield devs when they say that Starfield was their labor of love game. Because everything they've talked about, everything they've showcased, indicates to me that they mean it. Now, they might not. They might be gaslighting themselves. They might be lying for marketing speak. There's all kinds of options. But I have no information saying otherwise. If it splashes me in the face, tastes, looks, and smells like water, I'm going to call it water. So yeah, they sorry. Getting back into it. I mentioned Tears of the Kingdom. Maneater. Maneater's a weird one. I don't know if you remember this, but when they first did the very, very, very first announcement of Maneater, the actual lead creative director got up on screen and was like, he was just so enthusiastic, right? He was just bleeding enthusiasm all over the crowd. That's a terrible mental image. And you could tell that this was a game that it didn't actually sell super well, unfortunately, but is exactly what a niche game should be. A labor of love. It was designed to be exactly what it is, and it succeeded phenomenally. By the way, I recommend Maneater. Don't get the DLC. Just skip the DLC. Get the game, play it. It's a great game. It's a great game. It's a frickin' shark RPG, and they frickin' made it, and it's frickin' awesome. Oh, that DLC boss was so dumb. Then we have Super Metroid. I have to mention that this is one of those asterisky things, kind of like Starfield or Metroid Other M, because the truth is, Super Metroid was 100% a passion project by a lot of people, most notably the music director, who went way out of his way. What does that have to do with... Oh, gotcha. You're sorry. They really, really wanted to put out the best possible game that they could, and they crunched like crazy to do it. Literally sleeping in the office and rotating naps and ordering in food so nobody would have to leave to take lunch breaks. Don't do that, please. I know I gush about Super Metroid a lot. I would rather y'all had lives than I have Super Metroid, please. But it still qualifies because for once it was being done not because there was a mandate or because there was a deadline, but because they freaking wanted to. Which brings me to AM2R. Do I need to explain this? Another Metroid 2 remake, because there were several being made at the time, which was put together and was just amazing. And definitely had a lot of love and care and attention put into the details of the controls and the bosses and the level design of the new levels and the new bosses, and actually just polishing up Metroid 2 to a freaking shine. Yes. Soulless Cat Crab. Do we have any of those this year? Complete with in-game database. Yeah, dude went on to make Ori 2. By the way, another game I absolutely recommend the hell out of. Ori 2. The FF14 ARR Miracle would count, actually, if we covered FF14 ARR this year, which we, of course, did not. And yeah, community picked it up after the DMCA and put it in a randomizer. Yeah. But believe it or not, there is only one game that could win Labor of Love for this year. Now, I have to actually look up some figures because I don't have them in front of me. Give me 1 second, please. Because you need to understand something. Because Pentiment came out in 2022. And it was pitched in 1992. This was the pet project of Josh Sawyer, a name I hope you recognize, but if you don't, he's a really great writer and actual historian. He literally went to university for history. He actually has a degree in it from Lawrence University. He studied the Holy Roman Empire primarily. This guy's entire career, he's wanted to make this game. His whole career, He wanted to do this, and everyone said, no, it's not going to work. And then time passed. He worked on other games, and other people worked on other games. And then many, 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 many years later, he reached out to... I'm trying to find his name. Because it's right. It's right here. Hang on. Urquhart. Fergus Urquhart, who flat out said no. He was the one who actually... put the kibosh on it back in the day. When they reunited in the late aughts, or excuse me, the late 18s, so like 2018-ish range, he tried to go ahead and repitch it, and they were like, you know, the gaming industry has changed, the space has changed, we can actually make this game work now. Let's freaking do it. I should also probably mention that Sawyer basically held further development of their main projects hostage by saying, I ain't gonna work on crap until you finally let me make my frickin' Pentiment game. It was originally supposed to be just a niche game, but 13 people made this game, which I can believe. It's not like a super AAA kind of thing, but holy crap, the level of care and love and attention put into this game is hard to quantify with words. This is the labor of love game right here. This is right up there with, like, frickin' The Last Guardian is another great example of a game that is the definition of a labor of love game. A game that developers spent years building up to and then eventually got to make. Hell yes. Oh, sorry for gushing. Pentiment isn't for everyone, of course. But I don't blame you. It's a very, very, very good game. So... most coffee. So the way I define this, yep, Baldur's Gate 3 is another good example of this. And yeah, Stardew Valley fits in this category as well. Most coffee. So you know me, right? So this is most coffee for me and most sushi for me. And when we get to Lorewalkers, it's going to be most coffee and sushi for you, right? So the most coffee game for 2024 for me. In other words, to use the intention of the term, it's a game that is good, that just doesn't click with me for some reason. And that's the important part. You have to acknowledge that it's good. So for me, I had Invisible Ink, which is a good turn-based tactical stealth turn-based tactical rogue reset game. Sorry. It's a game that should be absolutely my bag because I love almost everything that I just said. The only thing I don't like is the rogue reset. I prefer rogue progressions. But still, a stealth 'em up with turn-based tactical on grid, yes, but no, it didn't work. It didn't work for me. Yeah, Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts is another game that should have been a game. Now, that's not coffee because it's not a good game, but I also want to mention Breath of the Wild. I do think Breath of the Wild has several seriously detrimental aspects to it, but it is still a net positive game. It is still a good game, and I can still acknowledge that. I will never play it again. Breath of the Wild is very coffee for me. It is so vacuous to me that I find myself thinking I would rather do anything else. I also have to mention, while we're here, Doom 5, Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is a very good game that was so straining I was having trouble sleeping properly while I was playing it. It was so intense on such a microsecond level that it just ground me down because it was too long. There was just too much of it. It's very, very good, and it has very good arena design, and it has very good enemy design, and it has very good kit design, and it was just too much, and I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with it. But for me, and I'm going to get some tomatoes for this, the most coffee game for 2024, the most good game I just can't quite love, is Final Fantasy 16. This is such a weird... I'm of so much of two minds when it comes to FF16. Because there's so much I like about it and dislike in the same sentence. I can't even say, like, I like the combat, because I actually kind of don't, except when I do. I like the enemy design, except when I don't. Well, that's not true. I like the boss design. I can actually definitively say I don't care for the enemy design. There's way too much trash in this game. How many times we got to fight the same big guy with a big weapon, right? And the story axis is really, really good and bad. And again, even if you zoom in on individual aspects... Thank you, so. You know what's really funny? I actually have a tomato right here. It's going to be part of my lunch. Like, even if we zoom into, like, say, characters, as we've talked about earlier, there are some extremely good characters. Well acted, well voice acted, well written. And then there's the main villain, and most of the villains, actually. Pretty much everyone except for, I'd say, Benedicta and Barnabas are just, what? Like, it does so much right and wrong that it just can't quite click for me. Right is what you're expecting me to say. But no, because I had to double think about this. Rax actually challenged me on this recently. He was talking about what makes FF16 different from the golden age of the FFs, right? Which is 4 to 12. And the answer for me is actually very, very simple. Regardless of the goods and the bads and the ups and the downs, what FF16 does that pushes it into coffee territory for me, it is too depressing. It does eventually nail it, and it does. But I had issues with a lot of the first act. Like first of 5, I would say. I was having trouble pushing through parts of this game. It was so bleak and so dark. And then it kept being so bleak and so dark over and over and over. And I get that that's the point, but I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't deal with it at a certain point, and I just started kind of mentally turning off a little bit. Now, for those of you interested in this game, I should mention it does stop at a certain point. There's a certain point of the game when it stops being a horrific bleak fest and starts turning into a Final Fantasy game. But, and I'm going to put it that way, but my God, that pushes it down to the point where I'm not even sure I'll ever replay this one. I might, because there's some really, really good stuff in this one. But that's what coffee means, right? Which leads me to Sushi. Sushi is, once again, a game that is super phenomenally amazing for you, regardless of the quality of the game. Now, as I have discovered about myself, for me, Sushi means good game, to be quite honest. I don't, like, I can't push up a game that isn't good into Sushi. It's just the way I'm wired, right? I discovered this about myself within the last couple of years. Yeah, I like good over unique, exactly. So for me, this is actually a fairly basic composite, but I want to mention a few that came out for me. For example, Paper Mario 2 R, which is just a really, really freaking good game. Hitman 3, which is just a really, really good game. All of the Zeldas, I shouldn't say all of the Zeldas, but like we've got Link to the Past, we've got Link Between Worlds, we've got Twilight Princess, we've got, I could stop there, actually, but I should also probably mention like Minish Cap is in there, Four Swords Adventures is in there. Just all of those are banger games. And I also want to mention Oxygen Not Included, a game that I had issues with, but I kind of want to go back through Oxygen Not Included, you know, like, holy crap, it clicked with me in such a great way. And yeah, like, for this kind of a category, it's all low-hanging fruit, so try to be shocked when my most Sushi game of 2024 is the game I play every single time we do a polemic stream, because I can play this game while discussing heavy-handed and difficult political topics and economic topics, because it clicks with me in a way that nothing else, quite frankly, ever has. Even games like Final Fantasy VI or Chrono Trigger don't click with me quite the same way that Super Metroid does. Visuals, story, music direction, just it has flaws, it has issues, it has problems. But Super Metroid, actually I believe it is, Rex. I'm curious if FF6 will enter into that same category, because yeah, I can actually check really quick while we're here. Did you know that you can go to lorerunner.com? It is actually 7th as of this moment. Still top 10 territory, but that's StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, Mario Wonder, Paper Mario 2 R, yes, GTA 5, Twilight Princess HD, and Super Metroid. That is some serious gaming pedigree to be in there, to be in the category of, so I stand by it. Super Metroid is phenomenal. And it's Sushi. It's me. It clicks. Moving on. So, that leads to most game I never heard of before the stream. Now, this probably sounds weird for me. That's true, Ross. That probably sounds weird for me because obviously I have to do some due diligence on figuring out a game to add it to the list. But what tends to happen, and I do this on purpose, is I'll look into a game when you add it to the list, and then if it's something I've never heard of, I go out of my way to like not learn any more about it. And so it's like, okay, is this a game that's does it fit? Can I obtain the game? Can I have a legal copy of the game? Can I play the game? Can I stream the game? Okay, cool, done. Moving on. So we had several this year. We had Yume Nikki, which I had never heard of, even though it's apparently a really big shot game. We had Yume Nikki R, which the game I never heard of had a freaking remaster. We had Invisible Ink, which I'd never heard of. We had Wilder Myth, which I didn't even know what the hell it was. We had Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought, which was just kind of okay, and is apparently part of a franchise, which I'd never played any of. But I didn't know anything about any of those games, but it still is all beaten by a game that is so rare that it became a meme. One Shot, which apparently was a browser game before the version we played, which was the PC version, is a game I knew nothing about until we finally picked it up. But yeah, this was a game that I even when I finally got into it, I was just like, what am I playing? What is this game? Yeah, every time Ross would donate to the game, he would donate to One Shot, and I started to, don't tell me what it is. Because what would happen is the first couple of times he donated, I had to ask, is this on the list? Because it didn't track. I didn't remember it, right? I didn't recognize it. And Ross had to tell me, like, the first couple of times, yeah, this game is actually on the list. It's a real game. And I was like, okay, well, what is it? And then I was like, you know what? Hang on. No, I don't actually want to know. And that turned into a meme where eventually I was like, okay, and Ross donates for One Shot. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. Yeah, needing to be reminded that the game exists. Yeah, that qualifies for most game I never heard of. Best new meme or Loreium? We had several this year. We had No Power, which was a meme for the entire freaking playthrough of Oxygen Not Included. Good God. Yeah, she goes to school in Canada. It's fine. There's Play the PC version, which was the meme from Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. It just kept being a thing. And yep, Takota gets the other one. This is part of the Doom block. Step 1, Summon Demons. That kind of kept being a meme. Because obviously it was a meme for the Doom block, because for those of you not aware, the overall main plot, if you could call it that, the connecting thread of story through Doom 1, 2, 64, 4, and then 5 is Step 1, Summon Demons. Step 2, everything wrong happens. That's true in all of them, really. But it really became a thing. And it kept being a thing. We kept playing other games where they were like, let's summon demons, and it's always a bad idea. Why are you summoning demons? For those of you not aware, the Warlock starter quest in WoW Legion is, all right, let's summon a demon. Now, try to be shocked. It goes badly. We nearly die from it. Stop summoning demons. Half-Life, I think, counts. It's not demons, but, WoW demons aren't even demons. Come on. So that was a really big meme, but it doesn't quite... There's one other one that worked better for me, which is not the one I'm about to tell you, which is killing the banker over and over. That was so cathartic. I still have that save. And I made that a short. In fact, I made it 2 shorts so that I could go back and rewatch them anytime I want to. Just in case I want to watch us kill that jackass. But that's still not it. The other one I wanted to mention is his dick is it's so big. You have no idea. His dick is so big. Her dick, huge. And I like that one because that's actually not a meme. That's a Loreium. For those of you not aware, the concept of the big dick thing is, there's actually several layers to it. So forgive me for over-explaining this a little bit. But the idea here is that idiots, and I stress it that way, have associated having a big dick with being good. In other words, if you have a big dick, that is a good thing. And that tends to be exaggerated in a lot of fiction, where someone is very important because of some really, really vague surface-level comparison, right? The example of this is actually Star Trek Enterprise, where Archer's dick is so big that in multiple episodes, they go out of their way they have to reach out to him, or they have to fit him, or they have to heal him, or they have to restore him, or they have to pull him into the episode, because he's the one with the big dick, right? In other words, he is so important and he's such a major character and he's so integral to everything. No, he isn't. Because the whole point is anybody who cares too much about their big dick being big probably has a small dick. Compensating, right? Yeah, Janeway is right. Archer is right. Yeah, everyone is sick. We don't heal the Doctor. We heal Archer. That's a real thing. That actually happens. So, exactly, Lord Harriman. So the idea of the big dick Loreium is if someone in a particular fiction is re-emphasizing over and over and over how important they are, then they aren't. Just like if someone constantly talks about how big their dick is, it isn't. That's what that Loreium means. And you can go ahead and... yeah, exactly, Savagam. You can go ahead and quote me on this however much you want. You can meme on it however much you want, but it's a legitimate Loreium because fiction is in love with this concept. Fiction cannot stop overemphasizing characters when they have no significance. But all of that pales compared to what actually wins. And this is a meme for best meme of 2024 for me. So... there's this guy. He's a Goron. And you have this ability where you can launch him. And when you do, he says, "I can do it!" But he says it in a really specific tone. "I can do it!" Okay? Now remember the tone which I just used, right? Because it doesn't sound like he's saying, "I can do it." What it sounds like he's saying is, why did you do it? But here's the thing. This is a really, like, this is just a completely random confluence. But the voice acting with how he says it, combined with the fact that it's hard to tell what he's saying, means it sounds like he's saying, "Why'd you do it?" And it just sounds like the way he says it is perfect. I wish I could have gotten a proper audio clip of this. I apologize for not getting it. He says it all the time, too, by the way. So it sounds like because of how over-enthused and because of how much emphasis he puts in the voice acting, it sounds like when you hear the words, "Why'd you do it?" he is like completely cut. Like it's the most horrific possible betrayal that you could have ever done to him. Like he cannot understand. "Why'd you do it?" Like he is so thrown by what you're doing. And even to this very moment, I find it hysterical. Even as if this very moment, this just sort of slaps for me. I'm sorry. I can never explain why certain memes work for me. Like the Skyrim opening meme is one that just works for me for some reason. But this one, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't even. Best meme of the year. Moving on. So this is a category that's just for me. Most frustrating game to stream. Now, I've thought about getting rid of this category because it's almost always games that you guys like and wanted me to stream. So, for example, Lunar. Lunar has many of the problems of old PS1 RPGs, and yeah, that sounds like exactly as irritating as that should be. Yeah, WoW is actually pretty high on this, weirdly enough. But WoW wasn't 2024. WoW was 2025. Starfield is not on this list. And I want to explain why. Because it's on the list, Rax. Hang on. Because obviously, you know, hang on, where's my trash? I actually did physically put it in my trash. So obviously there's this, right? But that isn't really that didn't make it a frustrating game to stream. I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but it didn't. It didn't make it a frustrating game to stream. Starfield was a really smooth stream, actually. Starfield, this is a Sabrent. Starfield was actually a really good stream from my perspective. I have never been, I mean this with sincerity, I've never been so challenged to contest things that I have had automatic assumptions about, right? I know that sounds stupid, but it's like having to explain why adding a bit of salt can be a good thing in cooking. And I know you're thinking, duh, Lore, but no, Starfield challenged me to zoom in the camera harder than I have ever done in my career. That's not a joke. We had to explain fundamental basics of both story design and gameplay design with Starfield. We had to really, 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 really dive down to like 101 levels of design on both axes with Starfield. That was enjoyable for me. I liked that. That was a good stream. And yeah, normally we don't have to talk about that stuff because it's such duh. Because, of course, adding salt to food is something that can be a good thing. Starfield didn't add salt. You know? So, no. Starfield does not qualify for this category. Iron Harvest qualified for this category because I was playing an RTS with terrible AI, terrible pathing, maps that had small, narrow corridors, and large units. Think about that. That was frustrating. Metroid Other M. Now, part of the problem with Metroid Other M isn't technically the game's fault. It is also still the game's fault, but because of the fact that the controls were terrible in Metroid Other M. Now, that's also true on the Wii. But emulating it, because I have to emulate Wii games, because I don't have another real option to stream Wii games, oh my god, just getting the game playable. Remember how we were stuck during the tutorial for like several minutes as I was trying to figure out what the game wanted me to do? Oh. And then there's Metroid 1. I know Ross is going to hate that, but Metroid 1 was extremely frustrating to sit down and play. It's so punishing and it's so grindy because every time this is what I mean by punishing. Every time you die, you have to go and you start over with 30 health, no matter what your actual max health is. And so you have to go and you have to find a spot and you have to grind up mobs in order to get your health back up to normal so then you can go back to playing the game. Then there is Zelda 1. I don't know what else to add to Zelda 1. Zelda 1 is the perfect combination of what most people refer to as NES hard, but I like to just think of as bad difficulty. In other words, it's not difficult because it's hard, it's difficult because it's badly designed. I also have to mention Spirit Tracks. A few jagrillion people have all said that the issue was with my emulator, and I have consistently disagreed with all of them because I've played Spirit Tracks on my 3DS, and it was actually worse to control on the 3DS than I did it here with a mouse and keyboard. So, nope. But those controls sucked. And, of course, you ran into a tray. Instant death. I also have to mention Dawn Trail. I know this is going to get some hackles, and it is partially my fault. But because of what I wanted to do with the Dawn Trail stream, and because of how I wanted to do it, and because of how slow leveling a class is in Dawn Trail, I had to take several days off camera to just go and grind my face off to try and get the class levels to the level I needed them to be to actually review the goddamn game, and that was incredibly frustrating. I was really upset about how much that threw us back in the schedule because goddamn. And then there was Cowboy Land, which I was really looking forward to, but was just a nothing burger. I ended up going back to doing side quests off camera because god dang it. But all of this pales in comparison to the actual most frustrating game for me to stream this year. I think this song says it all, really. Imagine having to do, what was it, 100 shrines with this music? I'm really hungry. I'm actually shaking because I'm so hungry. So I'm gonna eat this tomato that Savacon got me. No, we didn't, Ross. So, why was Breath of the Wild so frustrating to stream? First, this song and those stupid levels. Second, huge swaths of nothing. Third, having to spend pretty much every day and all of my off-camera time continuing to play the game to try and remove the amount of empty nothing from the stream. There was so much of just running to a location and nothing else. And then going to find another thing and nothing else. And it was just a non-stop slog off-camera. Yeah, I had to grind the dragon horns off-camera. You remember that? Just so I could do that one quest, the housing quest. There's no duping. There's no cheating. It was just, you know, I did some of it on camera. You remember? I set the camp up, set the fire, slept, shot, slept, shot, slept. I think it was 5 per rotation. Went and loot all the stuff. Reset, start over again. I was very frustrated with Breath of the Wild. And it was a game I could not wait to stop playing. Which is as good a time as any to talk about the most enjoyable game to stream. In other words, the game where the process of streaming it was just, oh god, the arrow problem. Yeah. Completely solved in Tears, by the way. Tears did so much good stuff. So, most enjoyable game to stream. We had a lot of games that were very enjoyable to stream this year. We had Paper Mario 2R, obviously, which was just a slapper, and we could talk about it, we'd share, and I could even do some of the voices I did back in the thing there. Link Between Worlds, obvious, a game that was so good I had to force myself to stop periodically to talk about how good it was, because it was so dense and so awesome. Starfield is on the list for one of the most enjoyable games to stream, for the reasons I just mentioned. I was going to say that here, but you brought it up, so just repeat what I just said here, right? It was such an actually fascinating and legitimately good challenge to sit and discuss game design and story design at such a level that I've never had before, to really challenge the fundamentals of construction of narrative and gameplay. Link to the Past. Another game, very, very dense, very fun, very awesome. I got to show off my randomizer knowledge for that one. Twilight Princess. I was actually very, very worried about that. You remember that? I was so scared because I've been so wrong about so many predictions over the last 2 years about streams and about games that I was really scared that Twilight Princess was not going to be anything other than one of the best games ever made. Oxygen not included. I love builder games. Builder games just clunk for me. They Tetris for me. And being able to just sit and build and work and talk and chat about that was just phenomenal. It was a great stream. Pokemon Arceus. Another great one. Every Pokemon stream is always good. There's a reason I spread them out, because they're all basically the same. But we did do one Pokemon game last year. It was Pokemon Arceus, and it was legit. Just like Pokemon games always are. And with all the extra like gameplay features and quality of life features and control design options for Arceus, that was a very fluid, very fun game to play. I feel like I'm missing one. I guess that's it. Oh, sorry. Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread. Obvious. Don't even need to explain that. A very fluid, fun game to play. But Try to Be Shocked, the most enjoyable game to stream for you. And there's a specific reason for this. So, Super Metroid is a game that I know so well that I could do the trick that I'm showing off on camera right now. But what really pushed this game ahead of other games for me, because we had a lot of good streams this year. I think we had a lot of, from my perspective, there were a lot of good streams this year. But what really pushed Super ahead of the pack was it was so good that I could do something like this trick and show off what and how and why it works, and then turn around and do it legit, which is what we did. Second try, by the way. And then, because that's what the whole stream was. I had to have a timer, if you remember, because there was so much density to Super Metroid. I had to challenge myself to go through a section, and then to stop, and then to talk about the section we just went through. Because there was so much depth. It was kind of like the inverse of Starfield. There was so much depth I could go into the quality and really, really just discuss everything that they did right. And then actually then go play through the next section and then discuss that. And then play through the next section and then discuss that. The actual stream time was much longer because there was so much to debate and discuss as we were going through it. But, you know, the gameplay and the gameplay itself, it was a wonderful and interesting and fun challenge. And of course, it was a chance to play Super Metroid again. I'll take that. Which just leaves us with the last Yeah, the last two categories, and then I'll cut for break, lunch break, and then we'll come back for your guys' votes. So, worst game of 2024. This is easy, because all I have to do is look at the golden number. So, if I could get a drum roll, as we give this to the most obvious choice in the world, we've got Breath of Fire 2 at negative 97.97. We've got Zelda 1 at negative 100.6. Only gets that because of second quest, but still, it's pretty bad. We have Metroid 1 at negative 119.96. We have Age of Sigmar and the Age of Garbage at negative 171.56. We have Metroid Other M, a colossally bad game, at negative 239.64. Really, really, real bad. Just way down there at the bottom. And then, try to be shocked. You know, I thought about giving this to Modern Warfare 2R. Really. But this is why this is so bad. I mean, obviously, in terms of golden number, it's the second worst game I've ever covered. This is negative 574. That's with the DLC. But I want you to understand something. Do you see what we just did? We were just given the main quest, and we immediately veered off to go do anything other than the main quest. Which is very, very BRPG, right? In Morrowind, in Oblivion, in Fallout New Vegas, in Outer Worlds, when you see the main quest, what do you immediately do? You go off and you go do side stuff. So, of course, on instinct and without hesitation, not as a meme, the first thing I did was I ignored the main plot and went off to explore. And I found nothing. We spent 30 minutes roaming this planet, finding nothing. When I got to the next actual major planet, I started trying to do side quests. We did several days of side quests before I finally tapped out. I did. I was like, guys, please, can I stop doing side quests? Please? Because they were just so bad, I couldn't deal with it more. I know that makes the review less accurate. I know the score should probably technically even be worse. I can't do this anymore. Please let me move on with it. And you guys said yes. You voted for that. And so I went ahead and started doing the primary optional stuff, the class quests, or not the class quests, the faction quests. And those were terrible. And then we did the main quest, which was worse. And what really makes this, just this extra layer of oomph for this game, what really makes this lamentation status, yeah, there were a couple of good missions, is the fact that if we look at the worst games I've covered, we've got, just out of let me just toss a couple out here. Metroid Other M, yeah, okay, that tracks. Kingsfield 4, which was a very, very rough, thrown-together game, with a lot of behind-the-scenes issues. Mega Man X7, very, very, very big problematic game. Again, lots of production issues. Quest 64, which was done by people who had no idea what they were doing on a system they barely understood. Devil May Cry 2, which almost didn't come out and is barely functional and playable. And Secret of the Stars, which was made by people who had never made a video game before, a JRPG before, or a game for the SNES before, which was originally designed for the NES. Those are the games that Starfield challenges. A AAA game made by a studio with the money and resources and time of God, who sat down and with all of their immense wealth, power, and resources and access and infrastructure and the ability to make any game they wanted with effectively a complete blank slate, blank check to make whatever they wanted to. And the time, no limited budget, no limited, you have to hit this deadline. They could do whatever the hell they want to. And with all of that freedom and all of that resources and with all of that backing, a company at the height of its capacity to make a game made this. This game took 8 years to make, as a reminder. The overwhelming majority of games, like we look at Star Wars Outlaws, that game was crapped out the door by a studio that was rushed and had a limited budget. Skull and Bones, was a game that was deliberately, it was actually a literally fraudulent game. Was a game that was crapped out the door again. Dragon Age 2 is my most favorite example. Was it 11 months on the outside of development time? Yeah, this should be knocking it out of the park. Starfield should be knocking it out of the park. There's a reason I was excited for it. And it's because a lot of the behind-the-scenes information in a vacuum says that this should be a good game. Like, they have... But that's because it was a fraud game, if I understand. This game is Jurassic Park in reverse. They had everything going for them. The reason I was so excited for this game walking into it is because I pay attention to the behind the scenes. And all the behind the scenes said that Starfield was going to be a smash success. They had everything going for them. And they made this. Oh, excuse me. Well, never mind. I'll play this time. Yeah, this is the game they wanted to make. This is the game they wanted to make. They weren't lying. That's the thing. All of the behind-the-scenes stuff was correct. This is a passion project. This is a labor of love. By every metric and every information we have, everything I have said is correct, that this absolutely is the game they wanted to make, and they had everything going for them. And they made this. Best game of 2024. We had a lot of good games this year. I mean, we covered Zelda, the Zelda blocks, the Doom block, and the Metroid block this year. So, yeah, the top 10, 20, 30 started to get a little crowded this year. We covered a lot of really good games this year. So this was actually a tricky one. But I'm going to nail it down to 3. We have, at the number 3 slot, Super Metroid with 521 golden number. The top 7 game I've ever played. Twilight Princess, barely edging it out at 525. And at the very top, the best game that I played of 2024. Paper Mario 2 Remake, Remaster, R, got a 606.48 golden number. A game that was already an amazing game that just nailed it. Just nailed everything. Quality of life features, improvement of the graphics, improvement to interface. They added new sword features, for God's sakes. They added new badges. It's also off the GameCube, porting forward one of the best RPGs of the era onto something a little bit more accessible. It is on the Switch. Yeah, new secret boss. New secret, it's multiple, actually, new secret bosses, new content. All kinds of just really, 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 really good changes. Do you notice the reflection? Did you even notice that? Here, hang on, let me zoom up here so you can really see this. Check this out, check this out. Do you see the reflection of the Magic Koopa there? They don't need to do that. They don't need to do that at all. It's there. Do you notice how he's even got a shadow correctly angled right there? You actually can see several of the reflections in the water in general. Yeah, there's shiny paper there. Just the extra bits of rust they added onto some of the chain, oh my god, rods, iron rods. Like, there is so much additional detail in graphic design, in control design, and just everything. I'm sorry for saying this. It is literally everything. New animations for every character, including side characters you only ever talk to once. New voices for basically every character in the game, or character type, like Koopas all speak with a similar voice. So there's actually 2. There's like the Koopa male, Koopa female. Do you notice that light lit up just there? Even the way they do shading is different. Even the way that they do, like, oh my god, like, just, I cannot possibly, I can't actually properly emphasize how good this game is. It deserves its slot. It even does the QTE combat essentially perfectly. Later games would do... Yeah, they removed backtracking, which was one of the biggest problems of the game. Later games in this very franchise would just kind of fumble on the QTE combat and have either too much or too little, depending. This hits just the sweet spot of you being involved with combat. The save system is better, like, and quicker and faster, and the load times are phenomenal. I can't. They even polished up dialogue and added new dialogue to the game and new story. It's a great game made even better, and I don't know what else to add to that. It pops. It is fun. I extremely highly recommend it. It's also, yeah, it's got a little bit of historical preservation thing going on. New lighting effects. Oh my god, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry for gushing. But this is definitely my game of the year for 2024. Now, that took a little longer than I hoped, and I am now well into my lunch break. I need to go grab some food. When we come back, Lorewalker's pick. Your guys. See you in a bit.